Wax on, wax off. You can't rush art.
If you're good at something, never do it for free.
You want something out of life, you got to put yourself out there.
Hello, everybody. Is this thing on?
Me too.
And I wasn't sure that I was going to be doing this today. It's been a crazy week, a crazy weekend. Last weekend was a crazy weekend. And you know how there are things that happen in, sorry, I got so much dust and dog hair in my work area. Hopefully this helps. So yeah, stuff happens in life that it can be just so distracting from the stuff that you want to be doing that makes you feel like you could just choke yourself. And this weekend is no different. We got a lot of weather today out here in southwestern Pennsylvania. In southwestern Pennsylvania, it's not just a snow thing. So I got my Frank Frazetta Death Dealer hat on. That's how I know it's time to stream. This is my good hat day hat, which every day is a good hat day hat. There's no such thing as a bad hair day. There's only a good hat day. But yeah, in southwestern Pennsylvania, when you get bad weather, it's not just a matter of whether it is snowing or slippery, but because of the hills, gravity is a huge factor. And everybody's at the top of or at the bottom of or somewhere in between of a hill. So when you get nasty, wet, sloppy snow, I'm just happy that I got four-wheel drive on at least one of the vehicles in the house. So anyways, so the subject of the stream today, I'm excited about because I've been working with a writer. I've been working with Julius Freeman of the Ghetto Dragon at A Lucid Comic. And I'm sorry, I gotta take these off. This is some kind of a gag, and it's like literally, figuratively and literally a gag. But this is this is a costume prop that I found at a Halloween store that seems to be open all year round in East Stroudsburg, PA, which is owned by one of Frank Frazetta's kids. One of them runs the museum and the other one runs a costume shop. And I found this, and I had to have because the character that I created, and Julius is very graciously helping me to write, goes under the moniker of Meat Hook. So when I saw those, I had to have them. But speaking of that project, which I'm only going to begin talking about it here because like right now it's in the talking about it stages. It's something that's been in my head for a long time, and I have very, very motivated to get it done. It's been something that's been in my head for a long time, and I've touched on it in different streams here and there, ones that I've been in, either invited to or that they were an open mic, and got a story worked out. It went through a couple of bouncing back and forth where I tell Julius about it, and then he writes a treatment, and then I make some, but because I know where I want it to go and I know what the attitude is supposed to be, and the things that I think or I hope will set it apart from other comic books, put a tweak on it, and then we talk, and then he gave me a second one, and I got 8 pages in of 8 pages of a pseudo Marvel method it's a little bit more detailed than a marble method, but it gives me room to move, but also gives me direction, which is something that I've found over the years that I need. You know, when I work on my personal projects, like some of the stuff you see back here, there's a lot more of stuff like this that is halfway done, and a lot less of stuff that's actually finished. Whenever it's myself and my ideas, I'm not always inspired to get it finished because, you know, when there's a customer on the other end, or when somebody else is giving me, as much as I hate to be their tool, whenever they're giving me direction, it makes it easier for me to then, take the next step and get something finished, instead of spending too much time redesigning it, or changing my mind, or doing something that's going to make it last a long time, or take the project. Well, it'll go on forever, or it'll just dwindle off into nothing. So what I got was, you might see the first. Let's see. I'll bring up the picture that is the wallpaper for this. That is the wallpaper for this stream. And that's not what I want. I want this, then this, and then I'll share this screen. And I'll get into a little bit about the character, and we'll go here. Okay, and this is our main character. And I don't know if this is the case in every comic book, but very often you'll have like a character who, like Superman didn't give himself his name. Batman may have given him, where you have a comic book character whose name is given to him. They give themselves their name, or it's very obvious. Where in this case, very much more like an urban legend. Just because our guy is running around with these tools, the other people who see him work at just the name Meat Hook is attached to him, even though that's not the title of the book. The title of the book is Asphalt, which has more to do with quote street justice, and there are vehicles involved, but I think on a more mature level, where you don't have a talking car, but you do have vehicles that have specific purposes, like a show van, or like a hippie van that also has medicines and drugs and stuff hidden in around, like under the bed, behind the fridge, or you have another car that's got some communications equipment in it, or something like that. So I wanted to bring a unique twist on the vehicles, as their own character attached to the characters that own the vehicles, who are part of the team that helps this character here, Meat Hook, complete his missions. And this actually has to do with part of the story from our first issue, where our first issue is very much going to be a year one type thing, but a year one, like from the beginning, where he doesn't have any idea what he's doing. He only knows why he's doing it, and there's going to be a lot of mistakes along the way. There's going to be it's almost where this character is going to be driven by instinct. If you've ever heard somebody say that, I felt like I was on the outside of my body watching myself do stuff, where so much bad stuff happens to the actual person underneath this costume. And so much bad stuff happens to him within one single day that it just drives him nuts. And but a kind of a calculated, the best way to put it, he's not crazy. Like it says on the crawl here, if I know I'm going crazy, I must not be insane. But he does have a very definite feeling of righteousness, where there's absolutely no way anybody would think that I was wrong for doing the nasty stuff that I'm about to do. And I want it to be as nasty as possible. And Julius has been a great help, helping me not only figure out in what direction the story is supposed to go, but like where you know that you've got where your good guys can be elevated as even better than good because your bad guys are really bad, and the back and forth and the being able to sometimes you're the ball, sometimes you're the wall, bounce ideas off of somebody else and get answers and suggestions from them that help you go in the right direction so that you can finally nail down the thing that you didn't know that you needed until it came out of one of your mouths. And so I managed to, and this is basically what's been happening today is, I'll lose this. Let's see if we can see this here. Scribbling out frames, different perspectives of where I want my camera to be pointed, bird's eye view, street level view, crossing out this idea, putting another idea in sometimes in, perspectives inside a place. And I've been waiting for the opportunity to work on this portion of the book, if for no other reason that I'm super, super curious about what it's going to do to my head. Like I expect there to be a level of frustration because it's doing sequential art and having an infinite amount of viewpoints to do something from, where I'm going to have to stop and think about not just where the camera is on this panel, but where the camera is on this panel versus the next one. I can't just draw 4 panels on a page and have each one of them be a medium shot or 2 heads talking to each other. If it's going to be from a worm's eye view, is that just because I want some sort of a dramatic camera angle, or does it actually help tell the story? This is the first time I've ever done something like this, and being hyper aware that I know that I'm a stranger in a strange land when it comes to this form of art is also the thing that's making me be extra. Well, I'm extra cognizant of it, but I also don't want it to be the thing that makes something like this take forever. So I'm like really wanting to sink my teeth into this process, knowing that I have a limited amount of time to do it in. But I also don't want it to be, I don't want to look back on it, this is probably unavoidable, but I don't want to look back on it later and think I should have done this or I should have done that. Like, I don't want to come back to this thing and I don't want to ever like George Lucas it. I was showing my wife and daughter Star Wars for the first time, streaming it on the Disney Channel. And I know what I'm going to get. I'm going to get not the movie that I saw when I was 7. I'm going to get the version of it that, where George Lucas just like overworked it. It didn't look natural. It has that, stepping in like alien dino poop thing that, it's extra stuff that's in there that doesn't need to be in there. Like, you can tell that it was added. It doesn't look like part of the natural environment. And it basically just, for me, it like ruined the movie. If I wanted to watch Star Wars, I want to go back to it and I want it to feel like I did when I was a kid. George Lucasing it. Yeah. I don't know another way to put it. It's like too much frosting on the cake or whatever. Now it's just out of balance. But yeah, that's basically it. I want it to be right the first. I want it to be as right the first time as I can possibly make it. And so, but there was something really cool that happened while I was, where was I? I think I had to be at work because it was Friday. And yeah, there's another page of me trying to figure out, you know, if I'm doing a medium view and it's going to be straight onto the buildings, am I pussing out because drawing square blocks that look like bricks and doors, squares and rectangles, is not challenging because there's really no perspective to it, but it is a good establishing shot. And I don't want to overthink it. If that's the best way to go, then that's the best way to go. And I actually decided that that's the case. But before I get to that, you guys, my poor daughter, she's actually turned into me. Actually, I have to go back to this page. She took my sketchbook. She opened up the very back page so that it wouldn't interrupt anything that I was doing. And she had my blue pencils and my regular pencils out, and she drew a picture of Ellen Ripley from Aliens, right? Which I actually think this is really good. You know, it's got a style to it that it would never occur to me because I've always tried to do something that was more realistic and less representational, but it has just as much feeling and emotion in it as, and I know, isn't it? It is cool looking. This is even better, Julius. You're going to dig this, okay? Because, and if you've been around me long enough, you're like, okay, well, Dave, you're overanalyzing yourself a little bit too much. This girl actually wrote down the good parts and the bad parts. The parts that she doesn't like, facial proportions, what is it, the gun structure, the hair, you know, she goes over it. And then in the good parts, clothing, the straps, the arms, whatever. And I put this down here, the proportions, because they're not terrible. You know, the elbows look like they're where they're supposed to be for the most part. And one of the other things that I don't think that she realized that she did was, I don't think that she was looking at a picture. I think she was doing this from her head. And that's one of the hardest things to do. You know, like all the good comic book artists, you know, when they start with a stick figure and they, you know their muscle structure, and, you know, that they basically have their blocks and their circles, and they put stuff where it's supposed to go and make it look like that they were looking at a picture. Maybe use some reference, but not, you know, copy it outright. But I had to pull that up. It's just that's just too cool. So yeah, it's my we call her Mac. She did a really good job there. At any rate, and I think I showed this. And yeah, I know. Hopefully, she surpasses me. So far, so far, both of my oldest kids are way more advanced as people than I was at their age. I was still way more immature. They might even be more mature than I am now. But you remember this? This is our weird bad guy. I want it to be strange. I want them to be weird, and I also definitely want the readers to be able to say, yeah, you should totally take that guy out. So, okay, this is an idea that I got from, and I know I'm going to mess this up. Okay, sorry, I got to put a pause on that. Let's see if I can actually find this in my subscriptions, because I want to give credit to the right. I want to give credit to the right people. Where are my subscriptions in here? Over here. Yes, it's not how to draw comics. Jeez, I got 154 subscriptions. Oh yeah. Is it Comic Natter? No, that's not it. Oh man, it'll come to me. At any rate, it's they do mostly web comics. I don't. Oh, there. Yeah, McKay and Gray. Okay. Yeah. McKay and Gray. This is an idea that I got from them for plotting comics, and I take them to work, and I just run off a bunch of copies of these. Okay, so it's a piece of copy paper with this, and it forces you to do stuff really simple. That way, I'm not getting lost in the minutia of detail before I should be. But this is the first layout that I've got. Now, I don't know, and since Julius, since you're the guy that's watching, yeah, the establishing shot. This is our follow car on the back. Inside the bar, putting the coat on, plenty of room here to show the interior of the bar, word balloons, walking out the door, maybe a couple more dialogue here getting in the car, and the car taking off. And then there's going to be, where is he at? Our follow car back here. And just to hopefully get the reader to understand, our guys like adjusting the rear view mirror. So at least that gives us the idea that we're supposed to be looking back here. Now, I hope that works, because what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 panels, which is my max for this right now. And I don't know if that's going to change or not, but if nothing else, and this is just me sitting on the couch on a Sunday, putting movies on that I can play in the background, putting on a movie that I've seen before, so I don't have to pay attention to the story. Incidentally, one of the movies that inspires this story, the Star Chamber, definitely check that out. It doesn't really. There's an attitude in that movie that I really, really like, where the justice system is crooked or corrupt or it's not working, and these people decide to split off from tradition and do justice the way that they think justice should be done, even though it's wrong. But that's basically what went on today. I got my pages. I really dug them, and I think that, no pun intended, like we're on the same page. But yeah, there it is. Now, and I also find something else which is interesting, just within my own head. Now that I have this, and I'm that I don't hate the way this is. Now, one of the things that I'm thinking of is all the panels are square, all the panels are traditional. There's no pop outs, crooked frames. There's no any of the action where characters swinging a sword and it's leaving one panel and going into the next, or the front of their face is making a panel border or something like that, which I think is okay, because most of this is story setup and exposition. I don't need to have any wacky camera angles or strange stuff going on. It's just going to confuse people that we're setting up something that's going to be a matter of fact. Our characters are communicating things about the story, and it should be a status. What is oh man, I'm never going to remember this. It's one of the 8 steps. And Julius, if you're still listening, you'll know what I'm talking about. It's the setting where everything is normal. So I don't want any of the panels to be weird, like in all of the action sequences in Fatal, where you see jagged panel borders or anything like that expresses nervous energy or anything like that. So that I'm okay with, but it is something that I'm aware that I'm going to want to explore in the future whenever there is action. But I am very excited. I'm actually, one of the things that I'm excited about is that I got that much done in a couple of hours, even though it was frustrating as hell for me, because it was like the first time, like doggy paddling into sequential art. So I'm hoping that I can at least make that kind of progress on like at least every weekend, get another page or 2 plotted out, or in a couple of hours whenever I come home from work, figure out what the camera angle that I like on this panel, and then how is it going to feed into the next one and the next one, and make sure that it's not confusing, leave room for word balloons and like that. other stuff that happened was the people that I had on the stream last week, I managed to make it out to Pittsburgh Comics, really close to me, and grab a copy of this, which I was kind of the lights. I was drooling over this artwork last week, this cover art, and come on out of there. Let's see if I can get rid of some of this glare. Yeah, this dude over here, this stance is, he's like so cocksure. And the story that, you know, the story is interesting. A lot of the plot points and things about the characters that they don't give you the impression that you're never going to find out what's happening to the rest of them. It's not all just, you know, everything about each one of these characters is fire hosed on you so that now you don't need to know anything else. There's no intrigue or reason for you to want to get the next issue. But here's a couple of those panels like I'm talking about. This is essentially a splash page of a building coming down, except for the scratchy parallelogram, scratchy borders on these parallelogram frames. You know, some of the page layouts are standard, but even something like, let's see. See if I can find, yeah, some panels like this, some action panels. Yeah, I want to keep in mind that these are areas that, even though, you know, when you see people who are first doing a comic book for the first time, they may go with some, you know, standard squared up corners, everything's nice and clean, and not take into account that, you know, breaking those borders and doing something that might be considered unconventional. I want to keep in mind that I don't want to forget that that's something that I should be thinking about, if that makes any sense.
I feel like I should say something smart. Right,
and then there's this. Both of these books are local to this area, and this is some like thick stock. This is almost like something that you would put on the cover. But all of these characters, they're all ladies. They all have their specific backgrounds that have to do with their, I guess what you'd call it, their lineage. You know, like, let's see. Oh, they're in areas of the city are represented. Inside here, what's going on, that happens at the University of Pittsburgh, Pitt, downtown in the Cathedral of Learning. And these guys are heavy, at least the creator was heavy into the goth scene and industrial metal and stuff. So there's a lot of the stuff that he's into style-wise as a person translates over into the book. And I'm, on one hand, I'm sad that I'm going to have to go out and make more of an effort to find the other books. But on the other hand, I'm happy for them because these are the last two copies of whatever they brought over to my local comic book shop, which hopefully means that everything got sold and they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. Yeah, some more Heroinberg chicks. This is a sticker. I'm not going to put it anywhere. I like to save this stuff for later. You know, like I have it in my head somewhere that this is all going to be worth loads and loads of money later on. You know what I forgot to do? Oh my gosh. I didn't put the StreamYard link into any of the messages. And there it is now. 9:29. I've been talking for like half an hour. Please, somebody come in and save me from myself. I put the YouTube link in so people could watch me ramble on and listen to it. But you know, I finally, you know, look what I can do! Look what I can do! I can put the link into the messages now. Anybody that wants to come in and discuss any of these concepts about layout and panel layout, page layout. Come on in and what is this? Yeah, come on in and let's discuss. We can talk about your project as well. It matters. It matters not. Let's see if there was. Oh yeah. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna get into here. I'm gonna find a. There's a video that I sent to. Man, there's a lot of people who are live right now. Let's see. All right, so there's a video. Just forgive me for one moment. I don't want to get tagged. All right. Pardon my snorting. All right, so this is a band. These are guys that have been in rock and roll for like a long time, and which is not even the point of this. Let's see. I'm going to share the screen. Tab. Blank there. Share audio. And about 44 seconds in, I just happen to be watching this. Just listening to a string of YouTube songs or like a YouTube playlist while I was working on other projects on the computer, and I happened to glance over because there's one character in the book that is a vital character, like a sidekick, but more practical, and makes herself she makes herself more valuable than even our main character expected, but she's got the specific look. And it was really hard, for not that I can't describe it, but when you see somebody who has like a facial expression that is exactly describes the person that you're trying to write about, and I found it here. I'm going to make this bigger. In about 44 seconds in, and you see her face once. In fact, she's right down. I don't know if you can see. I'm going to move this over so I can see if I'm like where I'm pointing. Okay. All right. Now she's right down here. Okay. In about 44 seconds, you're going to see her make this face. And I'm like, that's it. That's her. That's Trish.
That leaves no regrets. Cross the border down to Mexico.
That girl right there. Come on, John. That's John Karabi. For anybody who's curious about rock and roll lore, he fronted Motley Crue for the 1994 self-titled album that nobody really liked because they didn't listen to it. When I said music, there she is. Now, at the time I saw this, I was like, it's just right there, that face, that attitude. That's the girl who's helping our main character out. What I didn't know was, because I watched the rest of the video, was that she's a little person. So I sent this. I gotta get rid of this. That's bad taste right there. I sent this video over to my writer, and I'm like, that's her. That's the girl. That's who Trish is. And then I finished watching the rest of the video, and she's a midget. I'm like, but no. Except for the part where she is a little person. I concentrated on the face to the point where I didn't look at the rest of her. I just thought that she was, shorter than usual, and this this chunky little chola, and that was it. I didn't realize that she was was a midget. So I was like, no, not that small. Just cute, but not like. Anyways, not that that's. I'm gonna stop talking about it. Anyways. So
I feel like I should say something smart.
Like that's going to happen. Anyways, my point is that I finally got pages in today. I'm super stoked to get worked on page number 2 and get that lined up. Hey, what's happening?
Hey, what's up? What's popping?
I got pages in. I was drawing today, and I was just talking about what I was doing. And I think
Cool.
right before you came in, I was begging somebody to come in and save me.
Save you from what?
Save me from myself.
Okay.
You know, it's like when you don't have anything to talk about, but you desperately need to keep talking. So you find other stuff.
The problem with me is I never shut up, so you'll have plenty to talk about.
That's fine. That's absolutely fine. But congratulations on you launching your project. In fact, I'm going to get another tab open here so I can get into Indiegogo here. Is it going pretty good for you? I know you were on last week with Purple Smurf, right?
Oh yeah, it's a struggle. I mean, I'm at like 534, but if anything, that's what 29 people that'll have my stuff or something.
All right, let me go back because every time I back something, it tells me it's anonymous. And I don't know that. Like I don't want to be prideful, but I do want the people that I'm backing to know that I'm backing them.
Yeah. All good, man. All good.
All right. Share screen. Still not at the point where I don't talk about the things I'm clicking on while I'm clicking on them. Yeah. Yeah, so you're a quarter of the way. Well, a little over a quarter of the way.
Yeah.
Have you been on anything, any other streams? I haven't been able to catch all of them because I'm just not able to.
Well, I've been on a few here and there. Lately, I should probably get on more. But...
Yeah, it's. I guess you have to ask for the invite, otherwise people aren't really going to, aren't going to know. It's like part of that marketing thing. You want to,
And I hit people up all the time. What I do is what I found where it works is I'll DM them. I'll say, hey, is it cool if I send you a link to my campaign?
Yeah.
Wait for them to respond and then send them the link, and then maybe hit them up with the if money is an issue or if it's tight right now, may I recommend the digital copy? It's only $5.
Right. Yeah.
Because some people might like, oh, I don't know, and like, well, digital copy is only $5. No.
So, how far away are you? This is one of something that I'm curious about because right now I only I was going on and on about is I just got 8 pages from Julius. I'm excited to get more pages than just the one that I have laid out, and there's going to be a certain chunk of work that has to get done.
Right.
I can actually put it up there and say this is what I've got done so far in a year or in X amount of time. I expect to have the rest of it be done. Give me your money. There's the we're talking about it, and then there's the pre-launch where we're getting our mailing list, and then there's the launch to where you're actively trying to sell the book, the campaign, and then how do you decide how long each part should go? Like, did you get the whole thing finished before you went?
I waited until all the artwork was done, and then I launched because then all I have to worry about is lettering and probably proofreading.
Right. Now, do you plan on getting the lettering and stuff in yourself?
So no. I found a really great artist. Not an artist, but a letterer, and he does it for a reasonable rate, and I can get like 3 pages knocked out. He can knock out like 3 pages a week.
Right. Now, I gotta say, one of the reasons why I went with Julius, one is that he was experienced, and I'd be able to pick his brain on campaigning because he already did his book. He didn't. He's still doing the campaign, and I think Ghetto Dragon is in demand. But looks good, and he's got way more experience than I do. So whenever I get finally get invoiced, I know that part of what I'm paying for is going to be all the times that I had to get into his gray matter and pick out the information that I needed about this whole process.
Yep.
Not just about the writing; it's about the answering questions. So I guess the best way to put it is part of what I'm paying him for is his mistakes that he's already made on his campaign. Being able to stay around potholes that he already ran over.
Yeah.
And did you have something like that with this, where you are? Because I think the first.
This is actually. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I think the first time that we talked, this was a second attempt at this book.
Yes. Yes, I definitely felt like I wasn't going to launch until all the artwork was done, and I did that. And I felt like I had to launch on New Year's Day. I'm not New Year. Well, it was New Year's because I promised I would. So.
Right.
Or it was going to be like 3 days before like December was over. But either way, I promised I had to do that. So.
Right. Yeah, you're you're making promises to yourself and other people, and like so many people, so many people lately, they just don't find that there's no value in that. Like, keeping your word.
Well,
it's basically what it comes down to,
you definitely don't want to be the guy that everybody's like, I don't know. I mean, what happened last time? Blah blah blah. And
I've already heard enough of those. Somebody's name becomes synonymous with the question, "Where's my book?"
Yeah.
Or it's been X amount of years and I haven't gotten my book.
Yeah.
And some stuff, I mean, it is understandable, and God bless him. I've seen Charlie Snogan's work looks really great, and he's been off the radar a little bit because he's dealing with like issues with his wife and her health, and they were doing an art auction the other day on EBS's channel, and doing some really great work that was auctioned off was going to be donated to him so he could get stuff taken care of. But when you hear something like that and you see that somebody hasn't been around for a while, you can put two to two together and be like, totally understandable. And it's not like you have to give some personal reason or let people into your personal life or why something isn't being done, but you should, at least stay in contact. I'm really sorry this isn't going out. I'm 2 weeks late or 4 weeks late or whatever. Or like with your boy Zach, if he's late on a book, a lot of times it's because he's got 4 different ones going on at the same time.
Yeah.
And in the middle of that juggling act, the ball that you're waiting for that book to be shipped to you, that ball just hasn't come down out of the air yet. But one book, I would hate. I mean, that's just something that I don't know that I would probably drop out of this whole thing and never come back out of embarrassment.
I don't know. I think I have to make good on this because I already have. There's already people talking like, hey, aren't you the guy who doesn't take advice, or last time you had a campaign going and you had to end it. So I feel like there's a little bit of pressure to, make good, deliver the goods. So
I haven't heard anything about that, but
there's in certain camps there's been certain, and I literally woke up one time with somebody sending me a message saying, I know you don't take advice, you're resistant to taking advice, but your panels are too small, or and I'm like, I could give you a whole list of people I've taken advice from.
Well, yeah, it just wasn't them.
I just don't listen. I don't take advice from everyone. If I took advice from everyone, my book would never get done.
Well, yeah, it's what we were talking about on the stream last night. If it's unsolicited advice, I mean, this is advice that I didn't ask for. Even if it was advice that I asked for, I didn't ask you for it. Like if I was going to ask advice about my comic book, I can either ask somebody who's in the business or I can ask the garbage man.
Yeah.
The garbage man can give me advice on my comic book, but I'm probably not going to listen to him as much as I am somebody who's done this before.
Well, that or some rando that I don't know. I'm not going to listen to some rando out of left field who I don't even know you. Who are you?
Right. Well, and if you know that you're that person, I mean, at least approach it with this. Would you like to hear what I think?
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you say yeah, then okay, well then great. And even then, you have to take it with a grain of salt. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you like to hear what I think? I mean, I've never done this before, but what I'm seeing here is, yeah. You guys, let's.
Oh, the one that drives me nuts is the people that get you have to spend this much and this much. Dude, I have a very strict budget because I don't make very that much.
Right.
So when somebody says, well, maybe you have to pay it all at once and blah blah blah, I go, I can't do that. Your advice does not help me.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, I know that. What is today's the 31st? I have to pay rent to my shop tomorrow. And that's also money that I'm going to have to make back. And I'm going to have to keep doing this until I plan on leaving that shop and I don't have that overhead anymore. But I am obligated to do that, and that's money that I'm not going to be spending on, what other things. And never mind that, but the time you have a job, and I know I've got to work 8 hours a day besides doing this and besides doing my other stuff, when somebody asks to pay me to do something and I say, yes, it's right there. It might as well be a handshake. I said I was going to do it, so I'm going to do it. So I have to put this down, do that thing, get it out of the way, get that money so that I can, whatever. It's like there's no way that you could possibly know what everybody else's personal obligations in life are.
Exactly. Well,
so
it's like
information. It may be great, but it has to be good in the context of what I know is going on in my life.
Look at that. That is sweet, isn't it? Look at
that.
Yeah,
I didn't see this one before.
Oh, it's a redone version of the original cover done by Vic King, and then Billy Basco.
Yeah, it's a redone version.
He did the logo, but he also kind of touched up the cover and made it just amazing.
Yeah,
and that was just a happy bonus. I was like, oh my god, that's awesome.
This is a redone version. I just want to make sure I understand of this.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. There's more to it. It's not just a face and.
Oh yeah. It's amazing. I love it.
Does he have the headband on, or am I missing?
No. The original cover didn't have that. I was trying to make it like have you seen that Sam Hain cover?
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
So, but he also kind of added a little bit of what was that? What was that manga, the anime, that one? Fist of the North Star kind of vibe to it.
Fist of the North Star.
Yeah.
I know the one you're talking about.
Oh, I love that one. Have you seen that one where he just taps people and their heads explode?
No, but it reminds me of a Key and Peele sketch. Where anytime the guy, anytime they do that in a show where you just it's that easy to break somebody's neck.
Oh yeah, I think I'm
going through. All he has to do is touch them, and their necks break.
Oh yeah, and then he accidentally breaks the neck of his of
the girl that
and he just runs away.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And the more I look at this one here, the more I appreciate.
Oh, the Rob Ewing cover.
Yeah. It's at first when I was looking, I was like, man, there's some. It's really angular, but I tell you, the one thing that this guy, at least he knows his light source is consistent through the whole thing. I've done that to myself. Where I'm like, is my light? Is it supposed to be dark over here and not over here? And you're trying to interpret that, but I do like what he's done here. And I have seen this one already, right?
Oh yeah, that's Sherwin did that. The guy who does the inside artwork, he did that 2 years prior to working with me.
Hey, dumb question. Well, that's my ex-wife's name right there. Does she die in the book? No, don't tell me.
No, well, I actually
find out.
That was an old cover. He just kind of had that on there.
Oh, he's not part of it.
So I thought of okay, what would be the excuse for that? And I thought to myself, what if her best friend is a pilot or something, and she stole her clearance codes in her jacket and stuff, and kind of. Right. Her and her friends went on a little joyride outside of the hidden city.
Well, since none of this happens on Earth.
Yeah.
The question is, Earth a thing of the past that people remember?
No, it's like well, I was going to kind of tie it in with the kind of like vaguely with the Book of Revelations. Like the idea is like heaven and earth become one, right?
Okay.
So like, what about the rest of the universe? Does Earth, does Earth fade from memory if Earth is done? If God destroys the old Earth and makes a new Earth, is it like the rest of the universe doesn't remember Earth anymore? It's like almost like a ghost of them.
Right, because my question goes to the patriotic symbolism in the cover.
Oh, I was going to do a kind of a parody of Captain America, and he somehow gets trapped on a space shuttle, and it's like then it goes into like kind of a parody of Planet of the Apes, kind of where he dies on some desert planet, and he dies on the planet that used to be the homeworld of Melvin's people, the Spartians, and they get that shield because it would be like a kind of a symbol that's passed on from the head of the tribe to the next head of the tribe. Yeah.
Okay. So, because I know it takes place on another planet, and that would mean like the pinkish purplish skin of these people is not a style choice; it's a natural.
Yeah.
That's what they look like on that planet.
Yeah, they're descended from red Martians.
Okay.
Melvin though is a Spartian, and he's made from War's DNA.
From War's DNA. Okay.
Yeah. So the devil, on his last a ditch effort to become like God, made his own planet and made his own species, and they turned on him and chased him out. And Spartians are naturally bred for war. They naturally have an instinct to train and become soldiers.
The devil creates his own planet.
Yeah, because the devil. The idea is the devil is jealous of God and wants to be like God. So, but he can't create. So what he does is he uses science.
Okay.
To make his own planet and to make his own species, and that, of course, falls apart on him, and they chase him out.
So then, the people he creates, their sense of morality comes from the DNA that he had to borrow.
He double-crossed War and killed him.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a double cross.
Okay.
That's at least the concept I'm going to be working with when I do the webcomic, and I can kind of explain, backstories and.
Right. I like this lettering treatment up here too.
Oh yeah, I wanted John Dillard to do a heavy metal style logo, because there's nothing more metal than Melvin.
There isn't?
No, because
letting me know. I don't have to look anywhere else for anything more metal.
Yeah. Because
I found it.
what is more heavy metal than war?
Exactly. Yeah, guns are metal, brass is metal, lead is metal. It's all metal. Sword, metal, shields are metal. Armor is made of metal. Why?
I said it. I'm going to stick with it.
Yeah, and this is all the interiors the same. This is your guy right here.
Sherwin, yes, Sherwin K.O. Sains. But scroll down. There's something even more awesome. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling.
Awesome.
Keep scrolling. That's awesome right there. But bam!
This here reminds me what is that thing in Spawn? With the crazy out of proportion.
Oh, the Violator.
Yeah. It got some Violator to it.
I told him when he drew it, I wanted it like a mix of like a Xenomorph and the Violator.
That's exactly what you got.
Yep.
Yeah. Still going?
Yep.
Still going.
Check out that.
Violator.
Look at that. Look at all the drool becomes blood. Instead of drool, it's blood. So its tongue is just coated with blood.
But is it his?
Or probably victims.
Dead?
Yep, victims. And then, of course, he smacks. I like that second panel right there on the top. Punches him, right?
Yeah.
Blood everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, I always wondered about that too. Like whenever you see like a building fall over and then Superman catches it and stands it back up where it's supposed to go. Like, yeah, you realize that Superman would be basically just punching a hole through the building as it falls around him.
Yeah, but even if he did stand it back up, isn't the structural integrity kind of messed up now? Like it's just going to fall back over. Like he's like saves, and then it falls back over and kills the people in there.
But Julius told me I'm not supposed to worry about physics that much. Otherwise, the comic book will never be cool.
Well, like there is such thing as cartoon physics.
Sure. Yeah, cartoon physics. Like my guy, when he starts spinning those hooks around, they're always going to, whenever he throws one and it hooks on something, it's always going to hook on. It's never going to like take 2 or 3 tries. Yeah, trading cards.
Well, yeah, if it reaches stretch goal, but who knows? Yeah. I'd like to see that stretch goal hit, but who knows? All I can do is try.
Yeah, keep trying.
Yeah. I actually have to.
Great storyboard artist. And this is interiors, right?
Yep, interiors, and he's the inker too.
And is he from around here?
No, Philippines.
Philippines, okay.
I have to add the new letterer to the team, but there's a little blurb about Vic King right there. Yeah.
What is it very, because I haven't even gotten into like starting a campaign or anything like that in Indiegogo, but I am curious how easy and I guess what you call it, how intuitive is it and easy is it to go in there and edit and change things? And
well, unless they claim something, what you do is, let's say you messed up on one of the tiers and you forgot to add maybe a plate. What you do is you hide the one you got, and then you make a double just like it, and you add, you make all the corrections that way. Because I had to do that with at least a few.
Yeah, because I think I heard Malin talk about if you make changes to one of the tiers, while you will still have the information on how many people ordered that tier, the count for that tier starts over again. So like if 3 people order your top tier and then you make a change to it, you'll still have the addresses and the information and stuff for who you need to send that to. But as far as the count starts over at 0.
Well, if you make a duplicate, yeah, but the old one is still there.
Yeah, you leave it up, but you hide it.
Yeah.
Like a sandbox.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So how long do you think is it going to take you to have this thing ready to go? And what's your experience with taking the whole the print file and dealing with the printer and stuff like that? Do you have experience with that too, or is it something that
no, that's going to be a new experience. We have lettered, soon will be like pages 1 through 8.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping to have pages 9 through 12 proofread and ready to send to them.
Right. Do you know who's going to be printing it for you already? I mean, you don't have to say who it is, but like
I'm going to go with Mixum.
Stuff you have lined up ahead of time.
I'm going to go with Mixum. I've had help getting some things print ready.
Yeah. Are they local to you too, or is it just?
It's online. It's online.
Okay.
Mixum. Yeah.
Okay. Well, why don't we take an opportunity to watch the video?
Sure. And while you're at it, feel free to, back that book.
I did.
Awesome. Oh, you already did.
I did that I think I did it 2 days ago because I would see it in the messages. I'm like, no, I know I need to back that. And it sounds like an excuse sometimes, but it really does. Like things in my particular, my specific financial world has made enough changes to where it's not that I can't afford it. I just need to know how much.
Oh yeah, it's totally understandable. I get it. I ain't tripping.
Whenever I stopped out at Pittsburgh Comics the other day, I went looking for the 2 local guys. I went looking for Heroinberg, and I went looking for oh my god, I'm totally losing it. What was it? I went looking for. Why can't I remember? Yeah, I went looking for The Edge. But I also had 24 issues of something that I was supposed to find for homework, and I haven't gotten around to reading it yet either. I got 23 out of 24. Number 21 was missing, but it was like a Green Lantern thing. And I didn't want to get I didn't want to get a trade paperback where everything was going to be split between, you know, a bunch of numbers that I didn't want. And then what I asked him, I'm like, I was told to get Green Lantern like 1 through 24, and it was part of the Rebirth thing. And he goes, well, is it Green Lantern or Green Lanterns? And I'm like, I don't even know if anybody was that specific. Like when Preston stopped in for like 1 second, like a couple of streams ago, and just gave me a whole list of stuff I was supposed to go find. And I'm like, a little bit at a time, you know, like I got the fire hose. But yeah, I think I can't say this too loud. I spent $100 over there. And I still have to get into the meat of it. Anyways, yes, we backed it, and let's watch it now. That's cool.
Yeah, it's still cool.
What's the logo at the end?
I have no idea.
Is that like part of the software that you use to?
No, I don't think I never noticed that before.
Well, it's not bad. I hope you don't get. I don't.
I've never seen that before in my life. Really? You sure that's not a?
Yeah, I don't know. What did you make the video with?
Just what?
Sorry about that.
Just a video maker from my computer.
Huh. What's it called? Video maker or?
Video editor or something like that. Just whatever came with the laptop.
Yeah. Huh. Well, because you know how it is. Like up here, unless you're paying for the, you know, for the like the full version, the logo, you won't see the logo up in the corner of the screen. It'll say StreamYard with the duck.
Yeah, I've never.
Mean Creator. It'll always say made with Mean Creator or whatever.
I am as dumbfounded as you.
Yeah. Okay.
I am literally found very dumb.
Yeah, well, it kind of fits. The wolf head is metal enough. Now, are these both the same video?
Pretty much. I was supposed to have another video made, but I think it's a little tad bit too late right now.
Yeah. Well, not real. I mean, how do they limit you on how many times you can change it or how many you can have up there?
No, it's just that it's like I got 29 days left.
Right.
And
so
I haven't heard a thing from the dude, so I don't know.
You might want to ask Julius about the 30 days. I think he got some info from. I want to say again, I think it was John Malin. He was on John Malin's stream talking about the Ghetto Dragon. He was talking with the coach about how to do his campaign, and I think he had 1 day left, and it was recommended to him that he extend it for 30 days. And I think it had to do with the way that Indiegogo, like, I don't know honestly, I don't know if it's a technical thing, but it was like a piece of good advice. You know, you do your 30 days and then you extend it for 30 days. And
I've already extended it. I got the same advice from somebody. Somebody says, well, you might want to extend it in like the full maximum. Right.
Well, so what was the point behind that? I know that there was something that had to do with the way Indiegogo does campaigns, or how many people can reach.
I just know you can only do it one time.
Right. But I mean, as to why it gets extended at all, or why you do it that way instead of do it, because can't you do one for 60, or are there?
Yeah. Well, I originally I extended it like the full maximum, and it was like I had 59 days.
Right. Okay. Are you? So I mean, you're trying to get onto different streams as much as possible to see, like who have you talked to so far? Have you try to get the Bancroft bump? Have you gotten on with try to talk with get on with Jimmy Reyes and The Barton-
whoever I can get on. I mean, I saw this link and I said, okay, I'm going to jump on this thing right here.
Yeah. I mean,
it's
and
whoever I can get on and talk my shit about, you know.
yeah, I know, because I know there's one person out there watching. I wish I knew who it was.
That's okay. How you doing?
Is there a way to live viewers? Well, it says I'm the guy. It says it's me. Because before there was like,
oh, yeah, it's Julius Freeman Comics.
well, Julius was here before. He said he might have to run out and do some errands and stuff like that. I know.
Okay, that's all I see. That's all I see.
I think he's, well, I mean, and I'm not. You can't fault him for it. I've been blamed for not being as much as of a family man as I should be. And Sundays are usually for that. I try to grab this here because not a whole lot of people are actively streaming on Sundays, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
But I gotta pause this real quick as soon as it comes up.
It's like I said, just because my campaign,
as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see who else is out there.
Just because I figure, just because let's say I end my campaign with only like 29 backers. You know, okay. That's 29 people that, or is that, how many backers is that?
Yeah, it says 29 backers right on there.
So that's like 29 people that have my, you know, whatever. You know, that's a start, and I can continue selling, you know, the comic book even after the campaign's over. I could even take the remainder and put that on a new campaign and say,
Purple Smurf.
You know, I could have Melvin, you know, number 2 and one of the stretch and one of the oh, hey, Purple Smurf, what's up? I could add that as a tier on Melvin number 2, you know.
Right.
Get Melvin number 2 and Melvin number 1, you know, for, you know, whatever.
Yeah. Yep. I really do. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. My father-in-law is messaging me about a digital antenna.
Uh-oh.
No, it's okay. It's something that I use. You screw it into the back of your TV, get it as close to the outside of your house as possible, and hope for the best.
pray to God.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's the kind of thing. When I was a kid, you had to go over there and mess with the rabbit ears, and if the picture came in clear while you were touching it, that's where you stayed.
What about like taking like a metal coat hanger and then unrolling it, and where the antenna would go, you'd stick it in there and kind of use that as the
put foil balls on the end of it, and we got off the cable like so long ago. I have an Apple TV. I'm probably spending more on separate subscriptions for streaming services than I ever did on cable.
I got Roku.
When I watch a football game, you got to have an antenna.
Oh, I can't even get any Seahawk games down here when during the football season.
What is down here?
Texas.
You're in Texas.
Yeah, so sometimes we get Seattle games on TV because they're a featured game, but a lot of times I have to go on Fox Sports and kind of watch the game tracker.
Are you AFC Texas or are you NFC Texas?
I don't know. I know Seattle's NFC West, but I don't know what Texas and the Dallas Cowboys and the.
And it's AFC. Dallas is NFC.
Yeah.
That's okay. I've never lived in a city that didn't have a football team. You know, like I when I was really little, I lived in Chicago. When I was growing up, I lived in Buffalo, and now I'm close to Pittsburgh. So.
Curious Comic says H-Town in the house.
There's people.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I understand. I'm trying to live viewers. Okay, that isn't me. That it just says ID Crisis, and then too. Man, one of these days I'm going to understand that and learn how to give people a wrench. That's what we can do tonight. Anybody out there? I'm gonna get this view on YouTube part taken care of because there is a night. All right.
What exactly is H-Town? Is that Houston?
H-Town, Houston, yeah. H-Town in the house. Well, I'm thinking that's what it is. If he was listening to what we were just talking about, then yeah.
I wish that the Texans would rename themselves the Oilers because I think that sounds better. But that's just me.
Well, that's what they were.
Yeah, I know, but the Oilers sound better. Texans just sound stupid.
I tell you what, no, seriously though, finally able to catch a live. Yeah, man, I'm glad you're here. One of the I from a design standpoint, okay, I think the Texans logo is one of the smartest logos there is. I just love that one star, Lone Star State, right on the bullseye. It's a bullseye. You know, I love the shape of that logo. I think it's one of the smartest logos in the NFL. Yeah, you wears the Oilers gear. It looks better. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and they were the Texans, the Tennessee. Tennessee was the Oilers for like a year. And if that name's not being used anymore, then why not just use it again? I mean, for all intents and purposes, the Pennsylvania could have been the Oilers too. They didn't have to be the Steelers.
It has to sound better than the Washington football team.
Yeah, I know that. No, if you're going to call it anything, just call it the Washington cave in to the public, or cave into the not even the public. So many people were not bothered by that; it wasn't even funny. And then that includes the Indians or natives or whatever PC term.
81 years of being called the Redskins, and all of a sudden they have a problem.
Honor the head coach of all things. Yeah, to honor the head coach. All right, I'm going to find out. Manage moderators. Look at that. This is the magic of the three dots. Anytime you don't know what to do, in life, you just find the three dots.
You know what they could do with the team formerly known as the Redskins? They could. There's an old Redskin logo where it's just like a circle with the R.
Yeah.
And they could put that on the helmet and just call them the Regulators.
There you go.
If you have to give them a name, they'll call them the Washington football team.
Oh, Jesus, black links. Okay, this is interesting. All right, just give me a second here. I want to try something. I'm not saying that I'm gonna keep it this way forever because I don't know. I just want to see if this works. If I have to spell this right.
Give Curious Comics a wrench because I like the cut of his jib.
Do you? Okay, I was gonna give. Well, geez, you know what? How about this? I'll give everybody a wrench. Give everybody a wrench. It'll make me look so legit that other people will want to come in here and be like, dude, it's got like 3 moderators. That must be one happening channel.
Yeah, that's got to be it.
Yeah, it'll be like We're not a spell, Dave. It says no matching users found. Okay, let me see. Approved user. No matching users found. Am I spelling that right?
What are you trying to spell?
Curious, but maybe
it's Kurios.
No, I mean I can see it. I'm typing it in. And it says no matching users found. I just want to see if I'm doing it right. If anybody, let me see. Let me read these comments.
Maybe he's an enigma.
I don't like left-wing politics. It kills freedom. Yeah.
Amen,
sure.
brother.
And then of course tier 1 will be RB. No, if anybody out there knows how to add a wrench, talk me through it because I at least want to figure this out. I'm in settings. Is that automated filters, general, channel?
Oh, he's losing his wrench virginity. This is his first wrench.
See, that's he hasn't gotten it yet. I haven't even figured it out. Yeah, you want to talk about wrench virginity. This is about as clumsy as my first time. Trying to figure this out. Country of residence. I don't know if I want to put in the country of residence. That's a little too close to being docked. Or should I put in the false country of residence, someplace where I'm not, so I can throw Big Brother off the scent.
You're from Crackerstan.
Crackerstan.
Crackertopia.
Upload defaults. Adding title. Oh, cool. That way I don't have to worry about it every time. This is good. This is the kind of stuff that I should worry about when I'm not entertaining guests. I mean, nobody's even got their tea and crumpets yet, and I'm still trying to figure out how to run this thing.
No, sorry, Curious Comics. It's going to be violent and rough.
Be gentle. Yeah, no, it's probably going to be I can't even. Has it really slipped this low, this far, this fast?
I don't know.
Public. Okay. Visibility is pubic. Add tags. I put in Comicsgate. Then, yeah. Indie comics. I'm not even on the right. I'm not even on the right thing that I said I was going to do. I'm doing something else. I'll change this later. Okay. All right. Permissions. I've got. All right. That's good. Permissions. Invite. Maybe that's what it is. I want to invite user email. Manager, editor, viewer can add, remove others, edit. Is making somebody a manager a wrench? Is that what that is?
Probably.
I would have to have Curious Comics email, I believe, permissions for ID crisis, learn more. For now, these permissions won't apply to some channel features. Oh man, they want me to read stuff. I might just want to go to YouTube to find out how to add a wrench on YouTube. And then it'll be like a surprise, next time Curious Comics comes in here, he'll be like, oh, I got a wrench and I didn't even realize that it happened. That could also be like your first time. Didn't know it was happening when it happened. Get it? Okay. Maybe not. All right. Add moderator, add channel URL. So Curious Comics, do you have a channel URL? Maybe that's part of it. I'm not going to worry about it so far. What has everybody been reading lately? I saw you holding up another issue, like another compilation of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I finally got
Date rape.
Wow. I finally got the entire volume instead of just having like seldom issues here and there. I got the
Right. Yeah, because when I had to go out and get it, I got the first one, which had like what, seven issues?
1 through 7, and
1 through 7.
I had back in the day. I had the Donatello one shot, but this one has the Raphael one shot, which kind of was kind of featured in the first movie too, about how Raphael met Casey Jones.
Right, that's in that first one, that first 1 through 7.
Yeah, that's the Raphael one shot.
Yeah, they leave the planet and come back and everything. I mean, not in the Raphael one shot, but in the span of those whole things.
Yeah.
Something else I'm thinking about too, like there's going to be parts of this of the story that I don't know, like the one that you're doing, but I know the one that I'm trying to do where there's just, the more that you write. I'm just going to save this for now and worry about the wrenches later. Sorry. The more that you write, the more you have to write. It gets more and more and more involved.
Well, that's why I'm doing a Melvin Webb comic.
Right. Okay. So that's or like what an ash can might be.
Yeah. Just so I can kind of like do a lot of the backstory and whatnot.
Yeah, samurai comic. So you're working on a samurai comic, Curious. Is it like the last time I did anything with Ronin, I was watching the movie with Robert De Niro, which you really don't see a lot of. It's not like a traditional. Oh, what is Melvin? A relevant question. Melvin.
What is Melvin? That's my comic book.
Yeah, what he wants to know.
It's a mercenary who is hired to save a princess from a dangerous cult. If you like Rambo, if you like John Carter of Mars, if you like Punisher, if you like early Image style comic books.
Sorry. Keep talking.
If you like, sci-fi fantasy, you'd like Melvin.
I like all those things.
Exactly.
I'm a shoe-in to like this.
Yes, you'd definitely be right up your alley.
People tend to like the things that they bother to spend money on too.
Yes.
Because I don't want to be wrong about where I spent my money. Play it. All right.
He
Let's.
said, "Play it."
I'm going to play up. You can tell when somebody's on their phone versus on
I know.
the old fat fingers. I was telling that to my wife today. It just blurted out like, I want my 6+ back. I can't stand this little keyboard. Come on, play. So I just move the camera around so I don't hurt myself.
Yeah, you don't want your neck to.
Yeah, I don't want to have to get that Dave Mustaine, Peyton Manning surgery. Off we go. Yeah, and then you said this is the same.
Yeah.
Same thing. Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, there's that wolf down there. I don't get that. Oh, that's got to be like the next video or something. That's what.
Yeah.
That's YouTube's algorithm telling me what I need.
Yeah, what you should like.
Yeah, exactly. Man, if they knew what I really wanted, what I really liked, they would break that service. Megadeth fan here. Yeah, man, I was just listening to the last one, Dystopia. They got the Grammy Award for, I believe it was Best Metal Performance. Finally, I mean, after all these years, just proof that the Grammys don't know what they're talking about. Megadeth should have got it long before Metallica got anything. Like they had to go super mainstream. But I don't know. I've always thought.
Yeah, but who stole the first time from Metallica? It was Jethro Tull, who's not metal at all.
Yeah. Well, you mean like stole it from, or just that might be one of those things where like the Academy or whatever you want to call it is just trying to show people who's making the decisions.
Yeah.
Jethro Tull. I mean, it's not like I don't not like Jethro Tull, but then they don't seem like metal. It's like heavy metal. If they were in like the Renaissance, it would be heavy metal. Like back in time, if they were, playing music while there was, knights and maidens and stuff.
So curiosity, is this something you'd like to get? I guarantee you, I can see inside your head, and you're thinking, man, this comic book is badass. I got to get a piece of that. I got to get a copy of that. I know you're gonna back it. I can hear it.
A piece of that badass. It's got to get a piece of it.
That just sounds wrong, man. I'm gonna forget you said that.
I'm mixing my metaphors.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're like when you do one of these things, you can see like you've got 29 backers and you know who all of them are.
Well, yeah. There's a section where you can see them all listed.
Right. So you can tell.
You can see the refunds. You can see the.
So you can tell if Curios Comics has or has not backed it, so that we can really lay on the guilt trip.
Yeah,
which is essentially.
I'll make a really sad video like those videos where they were like some guys out of some starving country and he's saying for just 10 cents a day.
Right. Yeah, just 10 cents a day. Yeah, you can be the Sally Struthers of Melvin.
Yeah.
And yeah. This is looking like it's and I like to see these like super. I don't want like super independent. That doesn't sound right. But these, this is a first try or even a second try. I mean, you've got to have like a lot of dedication to be like. I have a copy of Super Harem, okay, and I like it. I think one of the reasons why when I got it, I got Super Harem that Matt Wanger put out. and I got it. I didn't go for it until I understood what the concept was, which was, are you familiar with Super Harem?
I've heard the name thrown around.
All right. Curios is switching to his PC. The concept is that there's this guy who any woman that he has sex with, that girl gets superpowers. I had never heard anything like that ever before, and I was like, take my money. Like, the book might suck, and it doesn't. It's a good book. But I'm like, that idea is so good. You know what I mean? It was just like,
it's so interesting. Why wouldn't you not want to read it?
Right. I have to find out what happens, you know? So, and I did. But then he was going to do his, I guess, so he wrote it. Somebody else did the artwork. I believe somebody else was doing the colors, or whoever it was, Matt was the concept writing side, and somebody else was doing the art and the visuals and possibly the lettering. I have to go through and look at it again and see who did what. But then he put out his other book, and it didn't do as well. So like the one campaign worked out, and the other campaign didn't work out, and I'm still over here going, I want to see him do something else. I want to see him get back on his channel. I want to see him I want to see him get back into the arena and do something, because it's not like he doesn't have good ideas. You know how like where you might not see the genius in something right away, you really have to give it a chance. And which I did, like I backed the book. It was all Drake. It didn't work out. I think he had the first couple of pages of the first chapters as a web comic so that people could see what had happened so far. But it was a departure from something that people were used to seeing. The artwork was a different style. It wasn't like a like superhero style artwork. It's not like Melvin. It was more cartoony. It was a little more unique. One of the characters was a talking cat, but there was I liked his channel, and I liked what he did the first time, that I wanted to take a shot on his second book, but that campaign didn't do as well, and I think he's been out of the arena for a while, maybe because of that. He just took too much of a personal hit on it, but I am looking forward to seeing him get back into it, because I'm cheerleading, I guess.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I would never.
Go ahead.
I would never let that stop me. I mean, regardless of what happens. I mean, if you get whatever many backers you get, you're still building an audience. So you just keep chipping away until.
And I'm not saying that I don't think that it's stopping him. I don't really know what he's doing. Everybody's got their own, personal stuff. It could be something with his work. It could be something with his family. The stuff that, like we were talking about before, with with Charlie. I don't know what it is. I'm just like, when he shows up again, I'm going to be very happy that he did. I really liked his channel. He's funny. He's a smart guy. He's a funny guy. He understands comics. He understands it more than I do. Excuse me. That was the last burp of the last beer in the house.
Let's have a moment of silence for that beer.
Yeah, I was drinking it out of my my official Comicsgate beer koozie that I got from Soy Rage. It went along with the socks that I got. They're over there somewhere. It's another thing. I'm not going to wear my Comicsgate socks. I'm going to keep them, because someday they're going to be worth millions of dollars. Like a piece of abstract art.
Well, keep going. Curious, keep going and build that audience, because somebody's never gonna like what you do, and some people might like what you do. You can't. There's no accounting for what people's tastes are. You don't know what some people have said, hey, I like your comic book, and some said, hey man, your comic book is garbage.
Well, hey, look, man, I know people whose own mothers wouldn't give them the kind of props that their friends would, and not to. I don't want to get like Sigmund Freud on anything like that, but there's plenty of people who have had worse things said or done or whatever who got back into it, but like Curios said here, I mean, one of the things that I did like about Wenger's show was the politics, because we have a similar outlook on things, and there's been a couple of times where I'm like, if I put some of that into my channel, would it attract more people? Would it end up turning into something like that? Because I mean, what is it? Like, there's got to be thousands of channels out there that concentrate on politics, and it seems like old hat, but it's also like a pizza shop. How hard is it? How many pizza shops do you know about that just go under? They don't. I don't know that they do, because even bad pizza is kind of good. And there's going to be somebody out there that likes that bad pizza and swears by it, just like anybody's point of view. There's going to be the people that can't stand it, or there's going to be the people who totally go along with it. How could you have something like CNN or MSNBC otherwise? Those people are downright idiots. When you actually look at what's going on and you apply the rules of reality and logic to the things that are going on in the world, and then you turn on CNN and NBC and any of these other mouthpieces, it makes my it makes my jaw drop every time that somebody is getting paid 20 to 30 times more than I do to say some of the dumbest stuff I've ever heard in my life. I just don't understand how that happens. And then to think of all the people that believe that crap. Anyways, see how easy it is?
Yeah.
See how easy it is to just spin out into that. We've never talked about it before.
Oh yeah, there was this other person the other day on Twitter that just for no reason just came out of nowhere. It's just anybody who was CG just kind of started just attacking anybody who was CG.
Right.
And I asked him the question. I said, so you've made your own little he said to me, well, so you guys have made your own little hate group, LOL. And I said, okay, give me some examples.
Well, the problem is that they're defining the word hate by they think that hate and disagreement are synonymous, but it's not. I mean, it couldn't possibly be. There's no way that you and I are going to be able to agree on anything. I personally can't stand it when people put sugar in their spaghetti sauce. I have no idea why that's part of the recipe, but I know there's people out there that are going to disagree with me on that point, because that's just how they do it.
That's hate speech. Hate speech.
Exactly. Right. So it's like we were actually having this conversation earlier in my kitchen, which is very hard for me to do, because like this right here, these are two of my favorite subjects. Okay. And my wife can't stand it when I talk about either one of them. Now, I think that they're foundational. Okay. It doesn't mean, of course, it doesn't mean that I don't love her or anything like that. It's just very hard to have a deep conversation with somebody about, life, the universe, and everything, whenever it can so easily spiral into a fight, because, like I said, that's like foundational stuff. But right to the point of this, in fact, this is what brought it up. And I know that I showed this before, but I came home Friday and saw that my daughter had drawn this. Oh, I'm gonna dump this other screen real quick.
Okay.
And okay, she had drawn this, and it's usually just like sitting on the ottoman, so it's like one of the first things I see when I come home. You can see it. I knew who it was. She didn't have to put this here.
Yeah.
I knew who it was. Like, she really digs this character. I was like 15 when this movie came out, so.
Have you seen the original script version? It was actually called Star Beast.
I think I saw. Well, this is from the second movie.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah, but I know that your boy Zach did a review of that, and he had a lot of good things to say about it. I know it's similar in a lot of ways and also different in a lot of ways. One of the cool things I liked about this was that she took the time to list all of the things that she didn't like and list all of the things that she did like. And I put proportion down here as one of the good things because I think she did a pretty good job overall. It's got some style to it.
It looks very cartoonish too.
Yeah, right. I think it's a good drawing for a whole bunch of reasons. Besides, one. I mean, it's my daughter, so it's interesting for me to see her, throw her own style and stuff out there. But one of the things was this: in 1985, Ellen Ripley was the action star. You know what I mean? Yes, there was a Rambo. Yes, there was an Arnold Schwarzenegger, and even then, you also had what it was like maybe a year, 2 or 3 years before Die Hard came out. But in 1985, she was the action hero to beat. Nobody wrote that movie saying our action hero has to be a woman.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They didn't make sure that they wrote that thing because there was no woke points to be had. And that's what I was trying to explain, like to my wife. And I'm like, without knowing it, you and I actually agree on this thing. All they cared about was the story. They cared about the characters. They cared about the quality of the filmmaking and the shots and the lighting and all that stuff. They didn't bother with any of the woke stuff that people bother with today.
Here's a question.
In other words, they kept the politics out of it.
Here's a question. In the first Alien movie, was there anything about a temple or anything in the actual or final version?
In the final version, there wasn't. It wasn't a temple. It was it was just the ship that looked organic. Yeah,
but in the original script version, there was like a temple in there, and they found out there were like all these different species that came there, and there's a temple worshiping something, and all these eggs were down there, and I kind of thought, did they just take that idea from the original script and put it in the first Alien versus Predator movie?
Oh,
I just realized
I'd have to read the script.
It sounds very familiar. I mean, they just took it out of the script in the final version, but
I remember seeing some toys right around when Alien 3 came out, where it was an alien bred with, what would it look like if it was bred with a bull? And it was like the bull alien, and then there was another like alien plus whatever. It was, because the alien will take on, the xenomorph will take on characteristics of whatever it gestates in. Yeah. So you have your alien walking on 2 feet from a man. And then in the third one, it looks like a dog and it runs around on all fours because it was, gestating inside that dog. Because I know that there was, and I have it on Audible, and it might come with the service, but there is an Aliens, like an original or Aliens treatment where it was supposed to get out of hand on a space station orbiting Earth. The same way that they were messing around with it in Alien, what was the fourth one called? Alien Resurrection. Yeah, where they're like experimenting with it, but they were putting it in different creatures to see what they could get, and there was supposed to be this variety of craziness of, some of it's a lot like a lion or whatever, and it was going to be this variety of stuff. But they ended up going with that Prison Planet one, which I kind of liked it. And sometimes I'll watch a movie just so that I can get into the way that it looks, like David Fincher directed that movie. So you can see the aspects of like Seven, or the way that it looks familiar to Fight Club, and some of the shot choices that he makes and lighting and all that.
I would have to say Alien Resurrection was the first Alien movie where most of the characters survived. Most.
Yeah, I thought it was. I thought it was okay. Some of it seemed kind of hokey to me. That French director did it. The one that did. I'm going to have to IMDb this thing because I am not going to remember his name. But it was the French guy, and he had done something with, and who was the guy that was in Hellboy? Ron Perlman.
Yeah.
Ron Perlman. All right. Alien Res. Okay. I'm going to get this real quick. I'm going to find it. Cast, blah, blah, blah. Come on. Give me the stuff. Who's the director? On my phone, they show you that stuff like right away. Alien Resurrection, 2000. Was it that long ago? Wait a minute. Are they showing me the video game? It's a video game. I want the movie. Come on. I know I'm going to get this right. Alien Resurrection, 1997. There we go. All right. Jean-Pierre Jeunet. Okay, and he had done a movie right before that called Filmography, Director. Just give me a second. It's going to come up here real quick. Writer, producer, director, Big Bug, blah, 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 blah. The City of Lost Children. All right. Good Lord. Yeah, The City of Lost Children. And share screen. Brave tab. Okay. This thing. This is supposed to be the Circus Strongman or whatever, but you could see a lot of the same, like, choices and stuff that he made in Alien Resurrection. It looked a lot like this. I did this wrong. I didn't think I was going to be playing the trailer, but I ended up playing the trailer. So if I'm going to do that, I got to go Brave tab and shit again. Sorry. Share audio. There. It's not a bad movie. It's all subtitles because it's literally a French film. Oh yeah, and the guy in the wheelchair. There's like clones of him. That guy. Okay, it's totally weird, creepy movie, but it's good.
Okay,
That's the guy from Alien Resurrection.
Okay, I'm gonna answer this question. What inspired Melvin, and a little more on the protagonist? I always forget which one the protagonist is. Is that the hero or the villain?
Pro is hero.
Right. Okay. Okay. I want to make sure. I should. That's a word I should know, but for some reason my brain just went. My brain went.
Not every. I need mnemonic devices to remember stuff too.
Well, Melvin is he's the last of his species. He was mercenaries are kind of like what gladiators were in ancient Rome. They're owned, right? So
Yeah, like slaves.
like slaves, so he's right now he's forced to go and do these jobs, and the money he makes goes to his master. His so he's all about the job because this is a little bit of a giveaway. The webcomic is going to reveal that his family was killed, and he it's kind of like inspired by that scene from Gladiator when the main character finds his family had been crucified, right?
Right.
So he kind of passes out trying to get to after being beaten by a space biker gang, and he is woken up when he finds himself in some kind of transportation ship being sent somewhere, and there's going to be a whole storyline about how he became a mercenary, but he's all about the job because he has nothing left except for that job. He's all about getting the job done, getting paid, because that's all he's got. So it's all about money.
Exactly. I mean, what else is there really to think about?
Yeah. So, of course, there's these 4 issues.
I say like Conan.
Yeah, like Conan, but with a little bit of Rambo, a little bit of John Carter. It's like I told somebody, it's a gumbo. It's most of the new ideas are just taking bits and pieces of other ideas and putting them in a pot, really.
Yeah, exactly. And then you try to put a twist on it. I've heard it said before, and I know that if Curious Comics knows his Bible, I think Solomon says the same thing in the book of Ecclesiastes. There's nothing new under the sun.
Pretty much. So you got to.
And I heard somebody put it perfectly. They go, "There's no such thing as an original idea, just an undiscovered way of plagiarizing someone else."
It's a little harsh, but
well, it's because we all borrow,
right.
And I think it's better to be honest about it than try to claim that you came up with an idea that nobody else has thought of. Like even come up with think of like the atomic bomb. Who had the original idea for the atomic bomb? Was it Einstein or God? Because that's what the sun is.
Right.
So you're still you're still like the idea that I have for my character is an amalgam of part of it is some of it is inspired by people that I've met in the industry that I've worked in previous to this one. Some of it is taken from like I wanted the look of it to remind me of Seven, but I don't know that I'm going to be able to get that dirty or grime, or at least parts of it. Or like
right.
when Jerry, I don't want to say Jerry Bruckheimer, who did those last 2 Batman movies that really sucked. Schumacher, yeah. I honestly think that he was trying to do something that was more akin to the series. To a lot of color, crazy Dutch angles, you know what I mean? And
you
have
mean like the 60s TV show, which is
right.
It's whack, but it's whack on purpose.
Yeah, exactly. It's campy on purpose. Yeah. Now, and what's really weird is he did a movie that I think is a really good piece of filmmaking that does not look anything like that. If you say like those 2 Batman movies, and the same guy that did those 2 Batman movies also did 8mm. You ever seen that?
I think I might have.
That's the one about Nicolas Cage is a private investigator whose clientele is like much more like high class. Kind of like I guess you want to say he investigates mistresses for rich people, and it's a lot of stuff.
I might have seen that at one time. I just don't remember.
Yeah, but it is gritty. It is like it's almost like like while you're watching this movie, it's a great story, but at the same time, you're like Joaquin Phoenix's character in that movie says, "Look, are you sure you want to go down this road? Because you're going to see stuff that you can't unsee." And that movie it's like that. Yes, there's nothing new, not plagiarizing, because there are only so many elements available in the world. Yes, stories are original, even if.
Well, yeah, that's the funny thing. The one guy, the Purple Smurf, he was talking about this character that I've never even heard of that sounds sort of like Melvin.
Okay, you mean the one working on Tales of Zero?
No, not his. No,
okay.
No. It was some character from a book that I've never heard of, and it's like, what are the odds?
Right. Well, yeah, it's almost like the thing where people say, somewhere on the planet there's an identical twin for you.
Right.
You might not ever run into them. But yeah, there is. I mean, we're only on the planet for so long. We're all of us exposed to many of the same elements and environments and the same kind of pop culture. Have you ever seen anything called Rock and Roll, an animated movie out of Canada, sometime around like 19?
I have. I think somebody showed me that.
Right, and when I see that, I'm like, I really love this movie. It's great animation. The story is awesome. It's got to be something that I'd seen in early issues of Heavy Metal somewhere, or 5 different parts of 5 different stories that they put in. Like the same ingredients that go into a pancake also go into a cake.
Yeah.
I think a little bit less of another thing, and
I think the character he was telling me about was a guy that was human, and then he ends up getting raised by another culture, and I guess his skin turns purple or something. Okay. So he takes on the character. It's like he told me that it kind of sounds like Melvin a little bit.
Right.
And I had never heard of that character before. I had never heard of the author before. And it's like,
right. And that might even turn out the same way, but then you give it a veer off to the left or a veer off to the right or some other kind of a hook, and then it goes into a different direction. Yeah, this has happened to me before too. In fact, I remember, and I actually went so far as to do some animation cells when I was in art school. But it was this. I remember the first time I tried to draw this character. It was a guy with 2 samurai swords, and I was like, well, I'm going to call him Blade. I've never heard that one. And the only reason I'd never heard it before is because I hadn't gone out and found, Marvel's comic book. If I had actually gone out and seen them, but then that was the thing. I'm like, I'm going to call it this name, and then I see the movies come out. I'm like, oh, great. When I was a kid, it was. I had a character in mind that did like lightning, like Black Lightning on the Super Friends, and I gave him a different costume, and it was basically he had like electric powers, and his name in black costume, and his name was Black Bolt. And then I went out and got the official handbook of the Marvel Universe, and I think it was issue 2, could have been 1, because it's in alphabetical order. And there it is, the Inhumans, Blackagar Boltagon, the king of the Inhumans. I'm like, what? Like, I had never been exposed to that ever before. As soon as I see it, it's just like the air gets let out of you, and you're like, I got to think of something else now. It's before long, I'm going to be naming characters like with, I'm going to be naming characters the way I pick passwords for websites. It's going to have an asterisk in it, a number, and a capital letter.
Well, nope. I got the name Melvin off the first issue of Bad Magazine because I had all the cards. That's
right. Yeah, I remember you telling me that, and I also remember not being able to pick up on that. You had to explain it to me a couple of times, and I think one of the reasons was I think it was my very first stream where anybody ever came on it, and I was multitasking in my head. And while you were trying to explain it to me, and I was trying to pick up on what you were saying, and also trying to find the images so that I could like share it on the screen. And then you finally like, no, Melvin isn't the guy on the cover. Melvin is the guy that nobody ever sees. They just call him Melvin. Did I get that right?
Well, it was. I just took the name off the cover because I was a big fan of Mad Magazine.
Right, and it was.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get it right here. Oh, for crying out loud! There was supposed to be a bigger one. I know I can find it because I found it once before.
That's back when Mad Magazine was still considered a comic book, and they switched to calling it a magazine because of the Comic Code Authority. That Comic Code Authority really destroyed DC comic books. Mad Magazine's like the only thing left on it.
There it is. View file. I'm gonna get it. I find it's easier to just copy and paste into the current window instead of switching screens. Yeah, it was this.
Yep.
There we go. Yeah, and I was like, okay, which one of these is Melvin? And you're like, no. Melvin's not on the screen. Melvin's the guy casting the shadow down. And you're like, oh, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
I was way out of it. I was like,
and if you zoom in on that little guy right there, that's where I got the name. That little guy right there.
I gotta do this.
You gotta zoom down. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
See?
Yep.
Right there.
Nose? Yeah.
He's picking his nose.
No, I want to be at 100%. Is that 100%? Reset. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, that's the guy.
I'm pretty sure. Was Marvel considered still called Atlas Comics at the time, or were they? Or did they not quite exist yet?
I'm trying to remember. I don't know. I just got done. That's one of the things about having audiobooks. I can't just go look it up on the page and find it. But I did finish. I was listening to the 10-Cent Plague, and I kind of went through that. It's weird. Stan Lee managed to slalom his way around all that bad news the entire time. Like everybody was in the middle of burning comic books. I mean, the way the guy writes about it, it's weird. He actually finds and interviews people who remember having their mom throw their comic books out, or they were themselves convinced to bring their comic books to school so that they could have a comic book burning. Hand to God. They like the kind of thing that you do in Nazi Germany. We're going to bring all of these bad influences or whatever. The way that they did with like heavy metal. Oh no, the reason why your kid killed himself was because of the music he listens to, not because he either had a mental disorder or, here we go. I'm going to get into that.
I find that messed up, man.
Well, no, exactly. I mean, what are you supposed to say? No. The reason
I'm talking about what he says. I'm writing a Christian zombie comic. I'm like, oh.
Wormwood. Yeah, taken for a zombie movie, but I'm still. Wormwood is taken for a zombie movie? Still using the title though? Spelling critical. Yeah. Well, I know about that one. Wormwood is the name of the meteor that's supposed to hit the Earth. Holy crap. Okay. I remember. What was I? I was just a couple of days ago. I was in the shower and this hit me. It was a movie that I saw. It went in line with something that Steve Dace had said. And basically it was like saying, you can't talk to people anymore. They don't. They keep changing the definitions of words so that it becomes difficult to actually have a discussion with anyone about common things. Like hate versus disagreeing with, because they make those two things similar or synonymous, you are no longer able to have a conversation with somebody honestly about what hate is or what disagreeing with them is. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, if you choose to go by their rules, I don't.
Exactly, and it reminds me of this, and it was Curious that just brought it up. One of my very and it's a very. Is this right? Is this the right one?
But hey, curious,
I believe this, yeah, this is correct. There's an independent. I think it was an independent movie. I'm not sure. 6.6 on IMDb. But it is a zombie movie, and that's something that sort of, it's like a Night of the Living Dead type thing. But the thing that makes it so cool, let's see if I can. Sorry, I'm losing my thing here.
Well, I was gonna say, hey man, you curious, you write whatever comic book you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be unique because you're the one that's writing it. So it really, honestly,
even if I'm not like, well, a Christian zombie comic, I don't know if I'm gonna dig that one.
That's going to make me want to, but
yeah.
Then I don't want to say a fan of, but I am interested in eschatological doctrine interests me. Okay.
So I just say, write whatever you want, man.
Yeah.
More power to you. I think it's great when people go out and make whatever they want.
Okay, check this out real quick, because it's an idea that is, speaking of original ideas, and I think it's very poignant to like today, where it's very hard for us to communicate with each other because we are, honest to God, not able to understand what each other are saying from one side of the political aisle, or from one school of thought to another. Let's see if and let me know if it's too loud.
What you are hearing is an actual radio broadcast. It is the only recording of the event.
Roadblocks preventing people from leaving and entering the area.
Everybody is under quarantine.
We still do not have an official version of these events, and it's very difficult at this moment to get a fix on what has happened.
Oh God! These people are trying to eat their way inside.
They cut into our signal.
Ken?
Their eyes. He's looking at me.
For your safety, please avoid contact with family members and refrain from the following. All terms of endearment. For greater safety, do not translate this message. Just listen to me.
Right. So it doesn't tell you.
We now go to Ken Loney, live in the field in
is there more?
Pontypool. Our reporter, Ken Loney. Ken,
Well, that
Ken,
must
are
be
you
a
there,
clip.
Ken?
Sorry. I don't even know if I can go that far with a clip or something like that. I'm not really that familiar with the rules of YouTube. A trailer I can see, but I know some people have gotten their stream like kicked for playing too much like Disney or whatever. That
was an intense.
The trailer.
Yeah.
The concept is really interesting, and at the time I was like, oh yeah, that's pretty unique. That's 2008. Now I'm listening to it again in 2021. But the concept here is the thing that is making people go crazy is that they are unable to translate the words inside their own head. So you might hear, like, one of the lines at the end is he's trying to convince the person that he's with that one word actually means something else, so that it will keep that person from going nuts. So that that is a confusing communication is making people crazy and cannibalistic, like audio dyslexia, and that is causing them to go just absolutely bonkers and want to kill. And I was like, that is a great that is a great commentary on what is happening today, because people are on purpose saying that you disagreeing with me means that you are that not that you hate that person, but that you are a hateful person, that you hate everyone and everything.
Yeah.
You know,
I got told that I was homophobic because I used the word pansy to describe this guy who was starting, crap with two people on Twitter.
Yeah. Right. And I could be misogynistic for using the word pussy.
Yeah, and well, just like I said, there's two definitions though. There's one is a slur for homosexuals,
right?
And the other one is to basically you're basically calling a dude a feminine male,
right? And somehow because you're putting a phobic or an ism or an ist or like Yellow Flash, and I don't even know if he came up with the word himself, but I love it, istophobe. Because you are using a word that has an ist or a phobe or an ism on the end of it, all of a sudden makes the thing that you're being called not a slur, because now it sounds like scientific. Like you can't call somebody an FAG because that's a slur, but you can say somebody else.
Even though it means a bundle of sticks.
Or it's a like a slang term for a cigarette in another country or whatever. I mean, and we all know that one. But the point being, if they call you a homophobe or homophobic, it sounds technical and therefore isn't supposed to hurt your feelings, because who cares about those? After all, you were the person who started it. You're the person who started it because you had your own unique opinion on things. But that makes you hateful. That makes you a hateful person. It makes you a racist, a homophobe, or a misogynist, or whatever. Those are still, those are still derogatory terms that somebody's calling you, but that doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's.
They're smarter than you, and that also means that they're also more moral than you.
Yeah.
Which who knows what that means, because it's all silly putty. Morality is silly putty to them anyways. It changes from one day to the next. Like I don't know how I can have a conversation with somebody where the thing that I said today and the thing that they said today is going to mean something completely different, because it'll be literally out of style 2 weeks from now. That's not the thing we're trying to be. We're not trying to bring awareness to that anymore. We're trying to bring awareness to this. Like that one character's girlfriend in Orange County. Well, what are you going on a walk for today? What's your walkathon for today? What's the thing that you want to be known for today? The political cause that you're getting behind is which one is it? Which flavor of the week are you today politically?
Well, or PCU, or the cause heads. They find a cause and they stick with it for a week.
The cause heads, right? I have to see that. I haven't seen it, but I understand what you mean. Yeah, PC. Is that Jeremy?
Yeah. That? PCU. Yeah. They were part of a frat known as the Pit.
Yeah, it's all stupid. It all makes no sense. But I think I don't even know that Pontypool was trying to do that at the time. It was just an interesting premise, and right now it seems to hit more closer to home. Like, I can't these people.
What about the fact that they had to stay inside their house because of the thing that's happening?
I know. I didn't even remember. I didn't even realize that line was in there until I played it just now. Like, we're all being quarantined. Yeah. Can't talk to each other. What was it? Don't we have to wear like 3 masks now?
Who said? I ain't wearing 3 masks.
Of course, like Fauci is like, no, you want to double up on the mask, or you want to wear like 3 of them.
If somebody tells me to wear 3 masks, I say, we can kiss my balls.
Yeah. Well, if somebody's actually going to do that, I might recommend that they wear 3 masks. I mean, I shower regularly, but still, just to be on the safe side. Oh, jeez.
Oh, that's the thing. I asked the guy. I said, okay, so you say CG's a hate group. Give me some examples. And they go with the classic. Well, I'm not going to educate you.
Oh, right. I love that. That's the classic. I don't know what I'm talking about, but I can't let you know that.
It's like no, I already know the truth. I want you to back up your claims.
Yeah. I mean, it's very tempting to want to come back at them with what would be considered like logic.
Right.
Then, do you really think that you're going to change anybody's mind? The only person that it's going to make feel better is you, because now you're throwing out some sort of a response. It's like if I throw out a response, they can't come back to you, then that automatically makes me feel good for being right when, I know I'm not convincing anybody of anything.
Well, it's to me, it's like, put up or shut up. If you're going to tell me this, you better back it up. Any of my friends, in Bremerton, who are homeless, they're gonna tell you the same thing. Either put up or shut up.
Yeah.
Don't come at me with that and try to tell me this and that when you can't even back it up.
Put up or shut up with this qualifier. Don't tell me what somebody else said.
Yeah.
In other words, don't say because Fauci said, or because Chris Cuomo said, or because somebody on MSNBC said. Because that's a stat that's going to be old 2 months from now. It's not going to make any sense.
Yeah.
Like what happened to this flattening the curve thing? I thought that's what we were doing. Well, no, we got caught.
It was some idiot with the name like Burrito or something.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lose an idiot to some. I'm not going to lose an argument to some idiot named Burrito.
I saw a meme, and it was on Twitter. I don't think I'm going to be able to find it just by looking at it, but it was Fauci had a box of masks strapped to his face. Just like, wouldn't it be easier to just do this? A box of 10 masks. Well, if 3 is good, then it's like the argument for the minimum wage. It should be 15 something an hour. Well, maybe make it 16 or 17. Well, why? Well, why not? You don't have a reason for making it 15.26. You want us to think that you know what you're talking about, but if you did, you wouldn't bring up the concept of the minimum wage in the first place. It should be whatever somebody's willing to pay you and leave government out of it.
I say if he wants to give me all his money, I'll be okay with that.
Well, none of the people who are advocating for a minimum wage of $15 an hour actually have ever run a business.
Yeah.
There is, will you guarantee me, if you want me to guarantee my employees $15 an hour, then I'm going to need, and the government's responsible for making sure that I do this, then the government then also needs to be responsible for making sure that I have $2 million worth of sales a year, because that's what it's going to take to balance out those books so that none of the people that I'm paying $15 an hour loses their job. I'm supposed to be responsible, upon pain of law, penalty of law, that I pay my employees X, but nobody's guaranteeing me the sales so that I can actually afford to do that. That's what makes the money. It's not the money doesn't come from nowhere. It comes from being able to sell your product. What you're going to end up with is people out on the street without a job because nobody bothered to do that end of the equation. They always want to look at the outcome. That's great. Fine. Don't look at everything before the equal sign doesn't matter. Everything after the equal signs is, yeah. This administration's on the same page with him. Which page? The page from before or the page after? Like listening to Fauci, reading Fauci's book is like reading the Quran. It means one thing in this chapter and it means another thing in this other chapter.
Did he marry a 6-year-old girl too?
I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised. They're all corrupt. it's
The thing that bothered me was
it's just not too hard. Like you're either making sense or you're not.
the thing that bothered me about this one guy is he couldn't answer my questions.
Yeah.
And I just like, I told him basically, I said, you can't back up your claim, therefore what you're saying doesn't mean shit to me.
Sorry. It just, I know it either makes sense or it doesn't. What you're saying you can't put what you're saying up against reality. And the very concept of reality is something that is also being made up on the fly. Otherwise, you wouldn't have people saying that you can be that boys can have periods.
What kind of idiot would ever say that?
Please don't make me look. I'm gonna have to.
Oh, don't look. It's just gonna make your head hurt. Don't do it, dude.
I know I've heard it.
Just resist the temptation at all costs. You're gonna give yourself an aneurysm.
Irritable male syndrome. Yeah. So, Cosmo investigates. Do guys have periods?
Oh yeah.
You know what I would say?
That's a legit source, Cosmopolitan.
I would say yes. You want to know where guys have periods from? Right here. Once every 28 days. Whenever my wife starts talking to me and she's that's where I start bleeding from. My ears.
Try being involved with a Filipina. They complain about everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey.
If I'm at work and I come home, I check my messages. I got 13 messages wondering where I am.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Have you considered, you know what, if she ends up watching this later, I'll end up getting hated for it anyways, but have you considered getting out of that?
No. No,
that was bad. Thanks for not thinking about it.
No. Because me and her have been through a lot together, and I only want one person driving me nuts instead of having to learn somebody else's bullshit.
Yeah, I know. It's like, you spend so much time. Somebody had asked me that once, and I thought I actually did a really good job. I'm sorry, I got the wrong thing. A really good job answering this one because the question was, if your perfect woman was to walk through the room right now, would you go after her, or would you stay with your wife now? And I said, well, I'd stay with my wife now. And they go, well, why? And I said, because I've done too much work trying to get her just how I like her.
And that whole dating thing is that's a younger person's thing. The older I get, the more that just seems exhausting to me.
Okay, this is going to be off topic, but I think it's a good one.
To some, the idea of Noah's flood.
I'm going to try to fast forward to the part where this actually makes sense, because to me it does. When this is a really interesting video. In fact, I'm just going to put this in the chat so that Curios can see it. Okay, it's Genesis apologetics, but it basically talks the idea being the flood had, when people talk about a flood, they automatically think rain, water, and that's basically it, just water and drowning and whatever. One of the things is, when you think about the Bible, is you're packing so much information into a relatively small book, and it is like the story of the world. There's a sequence here. So when you're talking about a flood, is it a flood of just water? Because I've seen people talk about a flood of emotion. You could also be like a flood of lava and mud, or a flood of people. A flood is can be an adjective. Is that right? An adjective? just as much as a description of which isn't what an adjective is. There's one sequence here.
I was going to answer this question. What are y'all's beliefs about God or evolution?
Yeah,
that's a pretty interesting question. I've grown up going to church.
Yeah.
So I've always believed in God. I suppose somewhere there's a place where both those ideas are one and the same. Maybe I'm not sure. I don't know. You're telling me God can't change his mind about certain creatures and then redesign them?
I think that the theory. I think one of the things that throws off a lot of people is their sense of time and how long they think something takes to be created. Like when they look at the Grand Canyon, they'll say, "Oh, look, this took thousands of years." Okay, well, how can you say, or millions of years? Well, how can you say that? You haven't been around that long, and everything that you're using to measure this with is. It's like I'm using a ruler to measure how long a ruler is. Or I'm taking a core sample of ice, and I'm assuming that it means that it's millions of years old, when what I'm actually looking at is how many times it snowed and then melted and then snowed and then melted, which is every time the sun comes up. It creates another level of ice and snow, and you can see it like you can see the rings on a tree. How can you tell how old a tree is? Well, you see how many seasons it's gone through. You count the rings. This is something that I always thought is very fascinating, and it's going to be here. Just a portion of it real quick. Get the sound off. Okay, and
most of the world's continents. Would Noah's flood bring lots of water and lots of mud? Geologists agree on the 6 mega sequences, but they differ on the timescale in which they happened. If they took millions of years, then they have little to do with the flood. But if they were all deposited rapidly and recently, then the flood should come to mind. Many also question when a larger landmass, such as a Pangea-like supercontinent, broke into continents that moved to their current configuration. For the first time ever, new megasequence maps allow us to see how the flood shaped our entire planet, just like the Bible said, including reconfiguring the continents. According to Genesis, the Garden of Eden was a lush paradise.
Okay, so without getting into the part of it that starts to sound like myth and legend or anything like that, that particular map right there is something that I lean towards. I'm a little bit more of a young Earth, only because a bunch of experts that tell me that something is millions of years old when they weren't there a million years ago is, kind of to.
Well, there was a theory that Stephen Hawking had about moving faster than the speed of time. And I have no evidence of backing this up, but what if God did thousands of years within 6 days?
Okay, no, that's valid. When people talk about the fabric, the fabric of time, have you ever like you're at work with somebody and you're just having a conversation and you say, "Oh my God, it feels like this day is taking forever."
Yes.
And they say the same thing. "Oh, it's taking forever." Or, "Man, this day is going fast." It could actually be that that's actually happening, which is why it feels the same, for everybody. That I just had it on the tip of my tongue before. Okay. Chain of custody. You know how evidence works, right?
Sort of.
Chain of custody being, that was the detectives. They show up at the crime scene. They find the evidence, and it has to be signed off on whenever it changes hands. It's going to go here. It's going to go into the evidence locker, so that when it's finally brought into court, you can see that nobody messed with this. Nobody messed with this dress with the blood stain on it. You know what I mean? And that's when you listen to those really boring parts of the Bible where it talks about, who begat who, and it happens a couple of times through there. It's the same thing as that chain of custody. I don't have a copy of it, but I know that it is actually very interesting to me, and I wouldn't mind having one where they talk about, how old somebody lived in the very, very beginning of the Bible versus how old somebody was living around like the time of Abraham or the time of David or the time, and lifespans get shorter and shorter and shorter. And I don't think people take into account how I believe they become very flippant when they talk about the concept of sin. That the very first sin, the very first slice of disobedience is the very first time that somebody, pissed in the river of reality, and all the way down the line, it's got this taintedness to it. Right. You know what I mean? So in the same way that, like Greek mythology talks about Pandora's box, it's the same thing. When they say, well, if you eat of this fruit of the tree of knowledge, if you want to be like God, if you disobey God and you take your free will and you use it this way, you will surely die. It doesn't say you're going to die right then. It says you'll die. Could be 900 years from now, 700 years, but this thing happens where now, where like it says in Revelations, the lion will lay down with the lamb. Would almost could say, and I don't want to add anything, but the lion will lay down with the lamb again, the way that it used to in the Garden of Eden when it was in paradise. There was no death, there was no killing, there was no death. Things lived for forever. And when sin comes upon the earth, this whole veil is dropped, this whole promise is tossed out, and now you've got decay and death. Death isn't something that just happens. You're dying as soon as you're born.
Exactly.
They weren't, Adam and Eve weren't having children until they weren't creating something that was eventually going to die until they sinned. It's like Sylvia Plath, you're dying as soon as you're born. The decay happens all over the place. If we just left the planet right now, and it would be the same thing. We're constantly in a state of decay. Things always have to be, maintained. Stuff just falls apart all around us. Eventually, this webcam is going to stop working because it just ran out of juice. The circuits went bad or whatever. Same thing happens to my computer. Ever notice how your computer just gets slower and slower no matter what you do?
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, now I've got backaches, things are decaying, food rots, food goes bad, and back then, before there was sin, I believe that, stuff just lasted forever. When it says that you will surely die, it's like saying what you're doing is you're introducing the concept of death into this reality.
Right.
And when it comes to the flood, I think that your fault lines, your mountains, that continental divide, I believe that it was actually that drastic. Over the course of time, you were dealing with all that junk, and the only way that you were going to be able to survive it is having that specific design of an ark with those animals that it would eventually, turn into the different breeds that we have. He said, and it becomes a matter of classification. When we classify things, there is a kind, right? And then isn't there a genome, or however it is? But there's like different ways to classify. There's species, and then subspecies, and then all this stuff. But way up near the top, there's kind, and then things split off of that. Like an elephant is maybe like a kind, but then you have the Indian elephant and the African elephant, smaller ears, bigger ears. Smaller tusks, bigger tusks, and maybe there's another animal out there that's a version of it. And the more breeding and that happens, and I believe in evolution to the extent that you have those differences in species, but I don't believe they just show up out of the blue. Because everything is in a state of decay, you only get changes from the original. You don't all of a sudden get a new thing. It goes against the laws of thermodynamics, I think. Doesn't it?
I wouldn't know anything about that stuff.
Yeah, I don't claim to either. It's just Curios Comics asked the question, and I just decided, well, there it is. What are y'all's beliefs about God or evolution? You got your answer right there. I'm one of the crazy ones. I believe in the young Earth. It doesn't. Because what difference is it going to make really if you believe in that or you don't? It doesn't all of a sudden mean that you don't understand English or math or or you don't understand even basic biology in the way that chloroform turns sunlight into energy. It does. I just believe that it does it because there's a purpose, not that it's done by chance. Yeah. Well, eventually, yeah. I don't know. I think the story that I've got for my character has more to do with the moral decay of our leadership. It's a little bit more of a Pizzagate thing, only because I want my bad guys to be really, really bad, and I can't think of anything than that.
I was looking up. There's an old New York Times article from 1986 where they found a human footprint that predates dinosaurs.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and have they ever disproven that yet?
I
haven't seen it.
But I know there is a guy. I remember seeing this on videotape a long time ago, and he does have a word of faith preacher-esqueness about him. His name is Dr. Carl Baugh, but he's the guy that does the Creation Evidences Museum, and I think it's in Tulsa. For some reason, all of that stuff always exists in like the South.
Yeah.
It never exists up in where like Massachusetts and all the real smart people are. But it was supposed to have a human footprint of an intelligent female that's like this big. The theory he has is that part of the pre-flood world included a canopy of water that surrounded the planet. And part of that there's water under the ground, there's water around the planet, which it's not necessarily. I'm not going to say it's impossible because again, I'm not going to say that that's impossible and then also say that evolution is impossible.
Right.
If somebody's going to believe something that they don't know, it's like a theory. Both of them are a theory. So. But the idea is that when you have something like that, well, what you get is a higher concentration of oxygen, and you also get a higher barometric pressure. And when both of those things happen, vegetable and biological matter grows bigger. Like you can get a cherry tomato like this big.
That would be awesome.
But it also changes the spectrum, right? And it's also supposed to change the spectrum of light, so that you're looking at a sky that is pink. So it's like looking through rose-colored glasses, which is actually supposed to be really good for you. And I'm only going to put this. I'm going to put this in the chat just so.
Hey, curious, have you given into your temptation to back Melvin yet?
Given into the temptation to back Melvin. Don't make it sound wrong.
You want to.
You want to sin, Curios. Sin and back Melvin. Yeah. Anyways, that's the Creation Evidence Museum. He's one of those guys that everybody laughs at. And I'm not even saying it's like I'm a creationist. I'm not an evolutionist. I prefer to believe the Bible than I do to believe another flawed human being who's getting their information from another flawed human being. It's a theory stacked on top of a theory stacked on top of a theory versus a chain of custody going through.
I had an interesting thing happen to me the other day. I was promoting like I do. And this guy said, well, okay, you're not Comicsgate, are you? And I decided just to fuck with him. So I said, no.
What's that? Comicsgate? I've heard of it.
I've never heard of that. Tell me more. And he says, well, I'll look at your link if you back my secular homeless shelter. or something like that. He sends me a link, and I feel kind of insulted because like I was homeless for 5 years, and like the thing is, we don't care whether the shelter is religious or not. We just want off the street.
Yeah, right.
It's not even.
Some of you do.
Well, no, but the thing is, if you're homeless, that's not the first thing you're thinking about. The thing is, like, I'm on the street. This is miserable. I want to get off the street. And so it's just like then I came back and I said, honestly, I do identify as confiscate, and I find this idea to be idiotic because I was homeless for 5 years.
Yeah.
Why would you even think this was a good idea? We don't care about that crap.
Yeah, what difference does it make if it's like secular or not? I tell you, I would rather. I think the idea that a that a homeless shelter is faith based is going to be way better than something that's secular, because if you go into something like a church and you're going to get a meal, it's not like you have to work for your food, but they do teach you that there is something that you can do for other people as well, that you're not worthless. You know what I mean? It's one of the things that puts people out on the street in the first place, is a complete and total lack of self-importance. You know what I mean? It's you're no good or whatever, or being able to believe in yourself. But there's just because you're if you're going to be here, like Bubs, if you ever seen The Wire, there's the one character in their bubbles, and he's just an on again, off again, heroin addict, and he makes it into a shelter. And there's some faith, although they can't just like shout it from the rooftops, but it's like something should be expected of you. It's not this thing where you just go in there and people just give you stuff. There's got to be some self discipline involved. Otherwise, it has to be up to you. It's not supposed to be up to anybody else.
Well, I mean, from my experience, I remember being in St. Benedict's house, and we'd line up for dinner, and we'd have to do the prayer first before we even got started eating. But most of us were like this, but you could tell some of the guys are looking at it going, okay, are we done yet so we can eat?
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, and they don't find any value in it.
Yeah. But they're getting a meal, and they're okay with that.
Yeah, I've tried to explain that, and I think I did pretty good. Like to explain it to my son. Like, why do I talk about subjects like this, or why do I like to discuss them? It's because I think they're important when it comes to what you believe in, and your morals, and what is the existential math equation that makes up you. It's like I could have absolutely no self-worth and believe in nothing, but the reason why you were raised the way that you were raised, and one of the reasons why we have the things that we have, is because I believe that part of my moral makeup is doing what you say and saying what you mean. And people who don't do that, oftentimes they end up as total pieces of crap. Whether they've got, whether they're homeless or not, they're making a mistake somewhere. There's no accountability, for their actions. Everything is always somebody else's fault and whatever. It's like once I had my daughter, I remember thinking to myself, part of my responsibility in raising this girl is literally to the rest of the world, because I don't want to release an asshole on for the rest of the world to deal with. I don't want to end up being one of those parents that has to show up in court because I didn't teach my kids the difference between right and wrong.
Hey, Curious, what up?
Says he's a weirdo, but I'm supposed to be put on this frame. I should be warned.
Rocking his Oilers hat.
Gotta represent.
Yeah, how long is that like retro? They still sell those, or is that like a hand-me-down from like your dad, your mom, or family member?
No, this I found it. They're hard to find. Hold on, let me get this. All right, there we go. Now this was at a mall. Found it at a little shop. They're kind of hard to find, these
Yeah.
These Oilers caps, any Oiler gear. So whenever I see it, I try to get it.
Snatch it up, right?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the NFL anymore. All that
I mean,
political bull crap. So,
Yeah. I gotta represent.
why?
I gotta represent the Northwest though, so I'm still down with the Seahawks. As soon as they're out, I'm done watching. Yeah, I gotta represent that Northwest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not tripping. Other people like they want to support NFL, or I mean, it's fun. I mean, we love football, but it's just I'm like, man, I'm not gonna give into buying more stuff because this is all the last stuff I'm buying. I'm not getting any more NFL gear, man. Not if they're going against my country.
Oh yeah, that whole.
I grabbed something for my wife for Christmas because I know that's not the kind of stuff that she thinks about, but I'm not going to make her suffer. I don't buy any of that stuff for myself. I mean, I was kind of hoping that the Bills did better because I grew up in Buffalo, but then I'm watching the opening ceremony to the last playoff game, and they're like, "Well, the Bills stay in the locker room for the national anthem."
Yeah, it's like, why?
And I'm looking it up, and I'm like, oh my.
If they wanted to make things better, they have a reach none of us have. They can meet with people. Yeah. They have that the thing of celebrity. They can meet with they can easily taking a knee is like the bare minimum of doing anything.
How many fans any single NFL team would get if they just held a banner that said, "We don't care about your political bullshit. We just want to play football." Immediate love from everywhere, from all kinds.
Yeah.
Like, what's that one NFL? That cat for the NBA that nobody really heard about. I mean, he's a good player. But they were putting different names on the back of their jersey, and he put something on there that was kind of antithetical to the political statement that everybody was trying to make. And I can't remember what his name is. That's how much I pay attention to it. I really don't pay a lot. But I remember it was like he got all kinds of positive attention because it was like, yeah, well, this is what I think, and it was not a BLM thing. I don't even know what to do with BLM. He's like, well, I'm just going to put Jesus on the back of my jersey and see what happens, or something like that. But yeah, it's all just like I was explaining to my daughters before. Aliens is a good movie, and Ellen Ripley is a good character because it lacks all of that stuff that they want to shove down our throat. It lacks all the politics.
Well, she was badass, but she was flawed too.
She was badass, but also what?
She was flawed too. She has, she wasn't like.
Oh, flawed. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, she wasn't like
Mary Sue.
Mary Sue. Yeah.
I love that term,
and
because
that's good storytelling.
I'm like, well, yeah, it's like it's a nice word that just encompasses all of this other stuff. So you have to take 5 minutes to explain what you mean. Mary Sue. Yeah.
A friend of mine was talking about that character Rey from the recent Star Wars trilogy, and he's very left leaning. So he's like, well, she does have flaws. It's just that they weren't very good at explaining them.
Right.
So we came to the conclusion that they had. She does have flaws. They just didn't explain it well, and they missed a lot of opportunities to explain that.
Which basically does the exact opposite. They were really good at explaining how perfect she is.
Right.
Somehow she has herpes, but they just didn't show it on the screen.
Oh shit!
That's awesome.
That's funny.
If any of you guys ever seen the Mr. Plinkett talk about Star Wars: The Phantom Menace or any of the other Star Wars films, that's a red letter media thing, but it's a character. It's a character called Mr. Plinkett, who's like a drunk, suspected serial killer who just talks about everything that he hates about the Phantom Menace, and he explains that very thing. It's like all these characters they're flawed. You get to know them. and he does this experiment where he asks people, without telling me what their name is or what they do or what their job is in the movie, try to describe Han Solo to me. And they'll say, well, he's a scoundrel. He's kind of a softie on the inside, and he does have sarcastic, hard to get to, and whatever. And then they go, all right, now explain to me in the same way Princess Amidala. And they can't do it.
No, you can't develop her.
You're right. There's no reason to care about those characters. Well, what makes Rey so unlikable? It's not that she's a bad person. It's just she's bland. You know what I mean? Like, they're supposed to be, flavor.
Like basic.
Yeah, right. They're supposed to be something that you can, wrap your brain around. There's things about her character in that first movie that I like, but it all comes down to the way that she, puts that X-Wing fighter helmet on and kind of like looks around like she's pretending to be something that, she's like childish right there, but there's no, she doesn't do any work to get to the status of awesome Jedi. It comes to her in a vision. That never happened before. You know what I mean? Like Luke Skywalker didn't pick up some magic stone and all of a sudden imparted with, magic powers that, you had to actually like work at it. And
you had to work for that.
Yeah.
He went up against his dad. His dad kicked his ass the first time.
And learn about what happened and remember what happened in the tunnel.
The thing that they never really touched on was Ben Kenobi.
The rocks concentrating, like when he was on Dagobah, he was at work. Rey was never at work, so there's no payoff for anybody, including her.
The thing they never touched on was how much of a liar Ben Kenobi kind of is.
Oh,
think about it.
From a certain point of view.
Yeah, from a certain point, but he's a liar though.
Yeah. Yeah. That was.
What do y'all think about The Mandalorian? I'm not a fan of it anymore.
I love The Mandalorian. That whole gunslinger thing, man.
The production is nice, the effects, but to me, it's very Disney. It's like, I don't know. You like that?
The whole gunslinger thing. Yeah. It's.
I think it's okay. I don't know that it's as odd. I don't think that's as awesome as everybody says it is. But then I never thought that Tim Burton's Batman was as awesome as everybody said it was.
And he's writing the series as if the sequel trilogy didn't exist. Sorry.
People who like Star Wars are involved in creating it. Yeah. That's the thing that I like about it. You can tell that, but then there's certain inconsistencies. I can't remember who brought it up. Where like Baby Yoda is supposed to be, dealing with the Force and understanding the idea that the Force moves through all living things, except for this woman's eggs. Those are just food. And so there's certain, you didn't have to put that in there, some sort of a gag, because it's inconsistent with what makes the character that character.
Well, what do you think Yoda lived on Dagobah for so long?
Yeah, I don't want people to see what I'm eating and then still call myself a Jedi. But then again, I mean, if the Force moves through rocks and trees, then there's really no getting away from it either.
He's eating the frog.
Yeah, no matter what you eat, it's going to be riddled with midichlorians.
He's eating the frog. Don't look at me, Luke.
Yeah. Was there some live frog thing or something like that? Legs kicking. But yeah, one of the things that I really liked about The Mandalorian and the one episode where they're dealing with the Sand People is even though the actor himself keeps going back to the well, Timothy Olyphant. I loved seeing him in Justified. I even like seeing him as the antagonist in The Girl Next Door, which is an old movie with Emile Hirsch about some coming of age story, and the girl that moves into her aunt's house next door to him is actually a famous like porn actress. But there's other, it's like an extreme storytelling device that has to do with, like falling in love and then realizing who you're actually in love with and dealing with those complications and things like that. It's actually a really good movie. But his character in that movie was really good. I liked seeing him in, I like him as an actor. So when he pulled off Boba Fett's helmet, when he was in that town, first of all, it's like, oh my God, he's taking off the helmet. And I'm like, oh, that's Raylan Givens. He's always doing this cowboy thing. You ever notice that? Deadwood, Justified, and then something else. He was a cowboy something. But he's got this. He's sheriff of that town. It's another like cowboy-esque type thing. But he keeps going back to that. I mean, I don't know if it works. Do it. Kurt Russell's been doing the same thing.
What about when they blew up that crate dragon, man? That was awesome.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and it was at first they fail at it. If it was Ray, it would have gone down the very first time flawlessly.
Yeah.
Because she's awesome. So, but I liked that it didn't work right away. I liked that they had to working with the Sand People. And there was like an unlikely alliance, and it, those kind of things work. At first that you think they're a bad guy, and then they come around to being not so bad, and they end up helping you out, and it makes you like them. It's a I can't remember there's a name for it, but I like when that happens. I don't think it sucks, but I think that yeah, I don't know that Pablo Pascal is the guy. I would like to see them take it off Mando and move it to somebody else. If there's more than one Mandalorian, then why dedicate all those seasons to just that one guy? There's other stories to be told. There's the other
that might be
religion or whatever you want to call it.
Did y'all like the female Mandalorians?
Oh yeah, the boob armor. Remember when they were tripping about that? Like the boob armor. Who cares?
Yeah, I don't know. To me, it's like they're trying too hard when they put female characters. It's like they're forced in there.
Well, those characters were from a cartoon or something, a Star Wars cartoon.
Were they from one of the animations?
Yeah, Rebels or something like that.
Well, wasn't the his sect on the planet where we first meet him? Wasn't his like high priestess or something like that? She wasn't. I mean, that was we got the female Mandalorian.
Oh,
right?
She was awesome. She just
I think she was. I mean, like the way her character was is like it's not like it wasn't even like a girly type. It was more like she was a strong
mother type
character. Yeah, mother type, protector, a guide. That I didn't see anything wrong with that. I thought that was.
Oh, she just went off on those stormtroopers. Did you see that? She was just like beating them up with tools.
Yeah, but there was a lot of stuff that I never watched the cartoon, so there was certain stuff that I was learning about, like on the fly, like about Beskar armor and how it's like it deflects laser blasts. It's like really strong stuff. Like he's like in the early episodes, he's like the integrity of his armor is no good anymore, and it had to be recycled, and he got a new set, so he's all like nice and shiny. Little bit like that is what I like about the show.
Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I like those little things. The little details really help.
I was gonna say the surprise ending of the last episode with Boba Fett taking over Jabba's palace.
Yes.
Yeah, there was you notice that Bib Fortuna had kind of gained a lot of weight.
I have to look that up again. You're throwing names like I know I'm supposed to know. Which one was Bib Fortuna?
He was supposed to be like the guy that announces everybody to Jabba the Hutt.
Yes. He had the.
Yeah. He was a Twi'lek. Yeah.
He wasn't supposed to let Luke Skywalker in.
Yeah, but the thing is, I wonder if they're using the the extended universe story of what happened to him after Return of the Jedi. Because the idea is like leading up to Return of the Jedi, he was going to have Jabba the Hutt killed anyway.
Okay.
Take over because he was getting tired of Jabba.
Okay.
And the priests that actually originally inhabited the palace, they were still around the palace. They just weren't in the palace. And he was actually siding with them to actually help, kill Jabba.
Right.
And he was, learning about their practices and stuff. And the idea is he had a skiff ready. So and he had poisoned all the frogs that Jabba eats, right? And it just wasn't bringing the bastard down. So, but he saw that Princess Leia had already killed him, so he made his escape. And when he got there, see, one of the practices of these priests is once you've reached a certain level, they take your brain out and put it in this spider so you can contemplate all reality. So they end up taking his brain out, and he's able to reach out to another Twi'lek, this one that had also wanted to kind of muscle in on Jabba's territory. And he convinced him. He somehow was able to trick these monks into taking the brain out of the spider and putting his brain into his body, while he puts his brain into the spider's body.
Okay.
So I think that
it was just a different body.
Yeah, I think it was just a different body. That's why he was all fat like that. I think they were going with that kind of.
Okay. Okay.
I'd like to think they were going with that.
That is detailed. I need to think about this stuff deeper in order to keep up with you, man.
Well, I saw.
Is that some novelization stuff or comic book stuff?
Not comic book novelization.
Yeah.
There's a YouTube show where the guy kind of goes through that.
Okay.
So Bib Fortuna's story is a little more detailed than one would think. I thought he would just have, he died probably with Jabba the Hutt.
See, I know that there are other pieces of fiction out there where they expand on characters like Wedge. And he's got his own, rebel squadron, and they fly around and they have their adventures and stuff like that. You only see him, once or twice, but Luke Skywalker mentions him. He manages to stay alive, through all those episodes. So why not give him something else?
I love the fact that when they're writing The Mandalorian, they're not including the sequel trilogy.
Yeah, there's they're J.J. Abrams, their own Star Trek universe, and get a different timeline going or something. I don't know. If they end up getting into something where it's just a different time stream, I'm going to throw my hands up because that's just lazy.
Well, I just
they should can the whole thing. The last three whatevers.
Yeah, well, I think that's what they're doing. That's why he's writing The Mandalorian as if the sequel trilogy didn't happen.
Right, but it is still between Return of the Jedi and something.
Yeah. The Mandalorian takes like 5 years after Return of the Jedi.
Right. Have y'all ever thought of making your own kind of a sci-fi similar to Star Wars?
Well, Melvin actually takes several people have taken a little bit of a comparison between Star Wars and Melvin, at least the first issue.
Oh yeah, and what are like the similarities?
Or just as a science.
Princess that needs rescuing. She's tough. She's tougher than just your average princess.
And is there like a force or some kind of special power?
No, that's kind of where it ends, really, right there. Rescuing a princess. She's tough. She can hold her own.
And multiple like worlds or multiple planets, galaxies.
There's gonna be multiple planets. Not in this particular story arc, but there will be others.
So there's no traveling between worlds. It all happens.
Well, at least the first 4 issues. Once his job is done, he's gone, right?
Yeah.
So
once his job is done, he's gone.
Yeah.
You mean like Scud, the disposable assassin?
Well, no. I don't. I've never actually read that comic book, so
I know I need to get that too. I need to find that and read it. There's so much stuff I need to catch up on, but that's one of those ideas. I was like, I can't believe nobody's thought of that yet.
It's like I tell people, it's like anything after the first issue is just like a concept idea I have. So I have an idea of where the story's going to. I just haven't written the second issue yet. So it's like I can kind of give you a concept of what's going to be the next issue.
I think there's a lot of these stories tend to write themselves.
Yeah.
Like whenever
as you go
design, I'll put the first 2 lines down the middle, and then I'll put a curve out this way, and then see and they kind of do their own thing, and hopefully the story's like that. I just want to make sure that everything fits together. I don't want my characters to. I was trying to explain it to Julius, but he doesn't. I don't think he's ever seen. Like you would have to see something like The Room, or any film by Neil Breen, where.
Oh, that's not The Room I thought you were talking about.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean like a bad movie, where the characters don't act like normal human beings. Like, no, people wouldn't have that reaction. I just want the characters to act realistically. I don't want somebody to read my book and say, that doesn't make sense. For instance, there's like where there's evidence being traded between 2 characters, and right now it reads as if that's the only evidence around. Where realistically what it would be is if you wanted to keep yourself safe, you would make a copy of it and entrust that to somebody else. So that one little tweak is something like if somebody was to read it originally, they would read it and they would go, nah, I don't think that would work. If somebody was really trying to, cover their butt, they would do this. So if I make that change, it's a little change that doesn't affect the actual storyline. It just makes it more realistic that the character would do B, because A sounds like I'm trying to fill a plot hole.
Right. Now, when you said The Room, were you talking about Tommy Wiseau's The Room?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's one of my daughter's favorite movies, but because it's a stupid movie.
I like have you seen the biopic? Have you seen The Disaster Artist?
Yes. Yeah. It became this thing for her where she's a fan of finding the worst movies ever. And this guy, Neil Breen, is a master, and he just keeps making more and more of them, and they just get worse and worse. And he's always the star. He's a Mary Sue. He's his own Mary Sue. The effects are terrible. In fact, I'll have to find this one channel. It's one of my favorite channels.
Oh, this character is based on Tommy Wiseau?
No. What, the one that I'm writing?
Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is if I'm writing a script, I want to make sure that kind of thing doesn't happen. I'm using it as an extreme example of what not to do.
What not to do.
Yeah, right.
Right. Hello.
I don't want.
Yeah, I find myself rewriting and rewriting and rewriting and rewriting because it sounds good when you first come up with it, but then you find the holes in it, and you got to do a lot of repair work.
Yeah, you have to think about it. You have to read it as if you're somebody else. You know what I mean? If I'm looking at, I've got some of my own work hanging up here, and a lot of times when I look at it, I'm like, I don't know. I think that wing is in the wrong direction. Like this one looks like it's going this way. This one looks like it's going the wrong way, and these proportions are off here. At the time, it looked good, which is a lot of times where, if you're in the middle of something, you have to after a while, and it becomes a struggle. You just have to walk away from it, so that get your eyes on the real world, and then come back and you'll be able to see. Like you have to write your own ship, and then come back and look at it with fresh eyes or a fresh mind, and see things that you didn't see before.
Here, I have an example right here if y'all want to see. This was a cover I was working on, and did the whole thing, and I thought I had it right, and I find out that the proportion was wrong with his chest, if you can see.
Yes, I see what you mean.
Yeah. Is that where's his chest at? His chest disappeared.
Behind his arm. It's like the opposite of that Robert Liefeld thing where there's too much chest.
Yeah, now he has a sunken or a disappeared chest.
Right.
But so I had to throw that on the back. Well, not throw it away, but that can't get used now. I had to redo it.
You can
start
use
it over. And
do you do it digital?
Yeah, I'm starting to do my pages digital because with Clip Studio Art, because I mean I'll mess up like that. I can just easily fix it, replace parts and crop out parts.
See, my art skill's not very good, so I hire my artist. I show them a storyboard and say, "This is what I want you to draw." The only thing I got to do is if I don't like it, I send it back. But no, I don't like that. Do it again.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to work on, is getting a pretty good artist. It's just the money issue is the problem right now.
Yeah, I mean,
look for somebody who's
because that connotes like, it's like the first thing people look for when they're going on to eBay. But you can I'm sure you can find reasonable, not bargains, but like there's got to be somebody reasonable out there.
If you're like me and you're kind of new to the game,
very new.
Find somebody who's also new to the game, an artist, because you can easily probably negotiate a price better that way.
Yeah, and you might find a diamond in the rough. I mean, what was it? Jimmy Reyes was talking about Jazz Singh. That dude was just hanging out in Discord or someplace, and this dude's got, from every indication, he's got almost as much, if not as much, talent as like David Finch. And if you haven't seen his work, it's amazing. Nobody knew about it until he just came like out of the blue. And I'm not saying that he's cheap. I'm sure by now somebody's basically told him like, yeah, you can probably get X because you're that good. There's somebody it's like that, that person who's got so much talent, but they're either really humble or they just didn't know, or they within the context of the talent pool around them didn't realize, how awesome they were. If you guys look in the this guy right here, hours and hours and hours of entertaining bad movie reviews. This kid right here from Canada. It's a lot of fun. He goes just, there's so much good stuff out there, and I mean like from all over the place. Like he just did Reefer Madness not too long ago, but that's like kind of low hanging fruit. There's some really bad movies out there, and that's a channel that's a channel that my daughter absolutely loves. Like she goes and seeks this stuff out.
Some people like bad movies.
Yeah, because they're funny. Like an Ed Wood thing, or Glenn or Glenda or whatever. But is curious. Are you working on a book, and can you tell us about it, or whatever?
Yeah,
ideas.
I'm actually working on. I'm writing a whole bunch of books. It's the first one. Well, I'll tell you a little bit about me first. I'm from Houston. I grew up, kind of in the hood. Was getting in trouble when I was young, doing drugs, selling drugs.
You are young.
Huh?
So what do you mean you were young? You are young.
Oh, I'm 46 years old.
Can you do this hair?
Oh shit, man!
I got gray hairs over here.
I can't see them.
You're 46, man.
Okay. Yeah.
Look 46 to me. All right.
I'm 44 anyway. So I ended up going to prison, and I had already been in juvenile and in jail, but I ended up going to prison, and I was a dropout, and started educating myself a little bit. I was raised a Democrat, and but I've always been a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
I just went wayward and everything, but going through that experience, it brought me back to God. And then I started to learn about politics, about the founding of our country.
Mm-hmm.
And that led me to, I'm not a Republican, but more of a conservative.
I wouldn't either be. I can't bring myself to say either one of those names, because one of them you're stupid, and the other one you're weak.
Yep. And that's the way I feel now is I I don't really label myself as either one. I'm more of a child of God than I am in these political parties. I think it's a two-headed dragon system, that they're both part of the same body. They're just controlling us. But anyway, that'll be a tangent.
Are you sure you don't want to continue down that road?
I ended up writing a book. I ended up writing a Christian fantasy book for a teen novel.
Yeah.
And I wrote the rough draft of it, and it's angels and demons kind of a movie. I was looking at that time I was looking at all the hype behind Harry Potter. I was listening to some Christian programs how they were talking about the magic in it and how, all that stuff. But I was like, well, what about an alternative for that for kids, that might want to see something Christian, you know what I mean? Because everything doesn't have to be secular. We can have Christian stuff too, because people look at Christian and they're like, nah, not that. But we look at other secular with Buddhism or Muslim, and people are oh, go ahead.
You write Christian comic books?
Yes.
And you're an artist?
Yes.
You should get in contact with Rick Piper of Cross Comics. He does the same thing too.
All right, I'll have to look that up.
See if you can work on a project with him or something. I don't know.
but my storytelling, it's not preaching.
Okay.
And it's not like mainstream Christianity. I have really, really strong beliefs. I think probably very similar to ID Christ is believing the Bible for what it says.
Yeah.
Not going with religion and what other men put and add to it and think, oh, well, this thinks this. Like one topic, alcohol. We've been taught that alcohol is the devil. Or, man, God instituted to offer him wine offerings to also drink all throughout the Bible. And it's not about the wine or the alcohol is bad. It's about being a drunkard is bad.
Yeah.
And so, a lot of people, they twist up scriptures. That's why we have so many Christian denominations, that people just add in beliefs or misinterpreting the scripture and they just go with it. And it's like, no, do exegesis or hermeneutics and you'll find out what that scripture really means and who it's talking to. But anyway.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. A hermeneutic is very important. It's something that a lot of people don't pay attention to, and it's one of the things that leads to the most. I think this is what you're talking about, Tim, right? Indie Quran, Rick Piper?
No, Cross Comics, Rick Piper.
Right, I did. I looked that up, and this is where it brought me.
Oh. I don't know. Let me check.
Yeah, you check, and then we'll find out for sure. But yeah, there's parts of the book that are of the Bible that are poetic. Some are historic. You have to understand who was being talked to at the time.
Cultural
things have to be taken into account and all that. Yeah,
it's a lot. Yeah. That's how you get the real interpretation of it. But my stories are there. I want them to be very realistic, just like the Bible. If you read Old Testament stories, they're very realistic. They're about cutting off the foreskins of man, chopping off heads, chopping a woman into pieces.
That's not a good one, yeah.
And sending each part to the 12 tribes of Israel. This
was I think it was the tribe of Benjamin that did all the damage to that one lady that you're talking about, right?
Yeah, they raped her.
Right. That was a nasty part of the Bible.
Yeah, and there's a lot of that in there, and there's a lot of bloodshed, and so. But Christian stories, the mainstream Christianity is like, no, we can't share that, or no, you can't say that, or when did where in the Bible does it say that fuck, shit, dick is a sin? Where does it say that at?
You mean the profanity?
Yeah,
I think it does. I think there is a verse that mentions about cursing.
There's different things. A cursing is to curse somebody,
right?
Not there's not cuss. or cuss words.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can see even Paul makes a description of that my works are as dung. Basically, my works are as shit.
Yeah.
It's just a different word. It's just, how is shit? So I say shit, and everybody's like, "Oh my gosh, you said that's a sin. How can a Christian say that?" And I used to believe this way. Hey, that's a bad thing. But I started.
There are some words where you're like, I honestly don't know if I can find a word in the English language that does the amount that has the amount of impact that this one word that I'm not allowed to say is going to have. But it does say that when you're, I know it's in the New Testament, it has to do with like the food that you eat, or washing your hands before you eat, or some other.
If it offends somebody.
Well, no, that is not what goes into a man's mouth that makes him clean, but what comes out of it.
Yeah, that's probably what they're talking about.
From the abundance of the mouth, from the abundance of the heart.
Of the heart, the mouth speaks.
Right.
Well, and the rest of that verse is for what comes out of the mouth comes from the heart, and it'll say murders, envies, jealousies, and he gives a list of the sin. It's not, but there's a whole bigger story to that, is because of it wasn't about eating unclean foods.
Right.
It was what the Pharisees or the Sadducees were trying to bring something against the disciples.
Right. And I realize that you're not like advocating for talking like a sailor. But
no, I'm not. I'm just saying that you can. It's not. To me, that's not a sin. I don't see in the Bible where it says certain words are sins. What it does say is the intention of the word. Like if you say to someone fool, or I think the word was raka, you can be in danger of hellfires, what the Messiah said. Yeah. And it's because the intention, like you can say, hey, that's a fool right there. Look at what he's doing. But if you say you fool, then the intention behind it is some, because sin doesn't just come from the act, but the Messiah shows that sin is also inward. And I don't want to start preaching and stuff, but if you look at a woman to lust for her, you've already committed adultery in the heart. Where the Pharisees said you could do that, but until you touch her, then you committed the adultery. And the Messiah is showing it's the intention of the heart and not just the action.
Okay, yeah.
So what is the because I know like one of the nicest guys. He's always been kind to me, but he throws the F-bomb around all the time, almost as if it's a matter of his cadence of speech. You know what I mean? Where it's like a word that he'll throw in just so that he can fucking figure out what he's fucking supposed to say. So he can like meter out the words that he's going to use. That's almost like a crutch that he can help explain himself.
Yeah.
And I'm not even like, somebody who talks like but anyways, I know what you mean. A lot of people, there's a lot of misinterpretation. The same way where I'm not going to tell somebody who is and who isn't saved and who is and who isn't going to go to hell, because I don't know their heart. Only God knows that. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And there's anybody that does something like that, now they're actually dipping into that chapter and verse of judge not lest you be judged yourself. Don't judge hypocritically.
Don't point out the split of wood in my eye when there's a huge plant. When there's a huge plant.
And that's so the one that has already removed the board or the plank out of his eye, he has the right to judge now.
Right. I was there. Yeah.
But I mean, but
more about you.
Let's talk about me.
Wait. I was gonna say this. That's the right guy. Rick Piper. He does cross comics and he does Christian comics too.
I'm gonna have to look into that.
Yeah.
But the comics are very realistic. So I'll just start with the samurai. After I wrote that book, I was like, well, I want to try a samurai book. Now I'm not real big into comics, but I grew up reading some comics, X-Men. Of course, Spider-Man, Batman, X-Men were my favorite, but I was in Silver Surfer too. Silver Surfer I read Silver Surfer in the 88 and 89, but then I let go of it. Then I got into the street stuff and all that other stuff. But I was like, well, you know what? I want to try to do a comic, and so I wrote up a comic, a real script, real fast. I learned it from a how to make comics book that I had gotten and ordered it in prison, and so I did use the Marvel method of the script, and wrote it over Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then I had 2 weeks to draw it out, and drew it out real quick. I don't have it here, but I mean, it looks ugly, but I just wanted to see if I could do it.
It's all right.
And I got it done, and then I left it alone. And when I got out, I had to rebuild my life and get back on my feet.
You wrote this comic book in prison.
Yes, and that was this one right here, this is called Sword of the Mantis.
Mm-hmm.
And you can barely see it because I didn't darken in the words, but those are the words of.
Yeah, I like that Mandarin text.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
And it has a cherry blossom tree because cherry blossoms was a big,
right,
big part of the samurai. Well, I left out a part, but I had read that book on Samurai Williams. He is I think I don't know if he was Dutchman or Englishman, but he was on a Dutch ship. And they shipwrecked in Japan, and they took him in. That's what Shogun.
I was going to say, that sounds like Shogun, that Richard Chamberlain thing.
It's written after that story.
I love that miniseries.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that was dope.
Cherry blossom tattoo, like right here. She has the words "Do not be afraid." So, that's her constantly reminding herself. But it's like one of her favorite movies, Memoirs of a Geisha, and I'm like, you should really.
I love that movie too. I read almost the whole book.
Yeah, she's done that. She's read the book. She loves the movie, and it is a good movie. But I'm like, there's another movie with a lot of cherry blossoms with Ken Watanabe in it. You could watch that. Let's watch something together. Let's watch The Last Samurai. It's a really good movie.
That people were complaining about that, but I said that's actually based on a true story. It wasn't an American. It was like a Frenchman.
Yeah. He was telling me about. I was watching. There's another YouTube channel that I only just found like a couple of nights ago, and I really dig it. The Hood Conservative, and it's just his. I'm assuming he's this black dude. His avatar is a Guy Fawkes mask, but it's all in black, and I really dig that. But a story in one of the there's a true story about. And I want to say, I think it's Japan, but yeah, it's the same thing. But it was, somebody, I don't know if he was from Africa, but he was an African, person who found his way into Japan. And,
that's a true story. There's a true story about it. I remember African samurai.
Right. And I can't remember the name of the guy, but I was riveted the entire time. I'm like, that is so cool. And all this stuff in society and wokeism is trying to force this stuff on us. It just already has happened naturally, and I'm sure they've got to grab the reins and make sure that we understand that they get it more than we do, and no, this is a naturally happening thing. It does it on its own. You don't have to make sure that it happens. That's aggravating. That's like you're all being one giant copter parent for people who haven't asked for it. For grown-ups. You're copter parent for grown-ups.
Yeah.
It's always some like upper class, white liberal that's always trying to speak up for a lot of groups that didn't ask for them to speak up for them.
Yeah, right. And I think Thomas Sowell is really, really good at that. He confronts this one lady who's talking about the politics of the inner city and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, nothing that you are advocating anybody has asked for. The only reason why you're telling us that you think this is right is because you want to be right, not because it's actually good for anyone, which it isn't. No. Kind of resistance. Like, Jay, the stuff that you went through is part of what makes you who you are today. You don't get bigger muscles by not going to the gym. The things that give you the calluses on your hands or the work that you do with them constantly, and the lessons that you learn, and you learned what you needed to learn when you needed to learn it. And part of your story is what makes you who you are. Like, I can't believe I'm referencing a freaking Star Trek V, But like when Kirk says to that, God, Spock's brother, that whole idea, I need my pain. It makes me who I am.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all part of it. Now, that would be an interesting story too. Are there aspects of what you've gone through that go into the book that you wrote?
Well, because I've come across a lot of people, so I'm able to build characters off of a lot of people that I've met, and I've got to interact with a lot of different personalities, a lot of different viewpoints. I always love to talk with people who have different viewpoints than me. Right. Who have different. I talked with Muslims, Nation of Islam Muslims, Pakistani Muslims, Jewish. I'm more Messianic Jew or Messianic Christian Jew. I've talked with all apologetics. I love apologetics. I've talked with Jehovah's Witness, with Mormons. I've talked with Satanists, devil worshippers. I'm Latino, so there's a lot of Santeria. And a lot of this stuff is in my book.
I was going to say that. The Believers is one of my favorite movies. Freaked me out when I saw it a long time. You know that movie, Martin Sheen?
The Believers. Oh yeah, what's that from the 80s?
Comes out of her face. That was Santeria.
Was it? I don't even remember that. But
have you talked to a
Lutheran?
Have you talked to a Lutheran?
A Lutheran?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, I've talked and I've looked at the. Are you a Lutheran?
Yes. I grew up Lutheran.
All right. Yeah, I've read some stuff on Martin Luther and what he did. The proclamation that he made.
He had some good ideas.
Yeah. He was. I think he actually opened the door for a lot of Catholics to see, because the Catholic religion at that time had a stronghold on knowledge of the Bible, and no one could read it, and then they kept it in Latin, and then you had to know Latin, but which even though some of it was written in Latin, the actual text is Greek, and the Old Testament is Hebrew, or Aramaic also. So it's that. But I mean, that meeting all those people, and I'm already I don't think I could have written any of these books when I was in my 20s, but as now a more mature person and going through the experiences, they do have a lot influence in my writing. But the samurai book, I'm a dreamer. I dream all the time. I love writing. I just come up with ideas. I sing in my head, make corny songs in my head. I make goofy songs in my head and just goofy stuff. But most of my stories are kind of serious. But the samurai story, the premise is you have a sword that is given a message and ends up being engraved on the sword, and it's a message from the great light, which the great light, of course, is referencing to God, but that's what he calls him. And so the sword is given to one person, and then he I'm not going to give up too much, but it really don't even matter. He ends up giving it to the protagonist, and he ends up sacrificing himself. And so the protagonist starts off evil because he's a believer in Bushido, and which Bushido is a very kind of gruesome code of life. It's death before dishonor. So you get killed if you dishonor a samurai, and they were at a higher caste system than everybody in Japan in the feudal Japan era.
Question: wasn't it that like a samurai had to get permission from their master before they killed themselves?
Well, there was still rule of law, but there's different periods, and I don't know all the exact differences
on what portion of the timeline you're.
Yeah, and then what provinces it is,
right?
What laws they're governing themselves for. So you do have to have proof that you were dishonored. You do have to have a reason. You can't just go by killing people, because then you'll be held to their court.
You gotta prove to the Don that someone just you.
He just going around stabbing people. Bushido code, you dishonor me. Bushido code, you dishonor me.
Oh, you violated. But the story,
the story around whacking everybody, Tony.
the story goes, his life has changed, and he'll end up leaving Bushido and become ostracized by that. So he'll end up kind of going kind of Ronin, but he's a high rank, my protagonist. And so you'll walk with him through his time of, he's searching for answers. He's meditating. He's trying to find enlightenment. And what he ends up finding is the true enlightenment. But it's not preachy. It's not about this. And the messages are mostly in the sword. And they come at times when you're at the end of what to do next, or you don't have any answers, and the Great Light will send that. But it's a pretty long story.
That's an interesting concept. I
kind of like it.
Yeah, because I mean, the character is going through some sort of an inner struggle, and he gets an answer from a great spirit through the weapon.
Yes.
Literally the sword of the spirit.
Not
literally, but you know what I mean. It's not like the sword is imbued with personality, or it's possessed by right, but it's still it's channeled through it.
Yes, it's a channel. That's basically what it is. It's a channel
right.
for the Great Light to impart wisdom, and eventually to impart his story, which eventually it's going to get real detailed that, hey, there's a savior, there's a sin, all that stuff. But first, the story is of the founding of it. Now, included in this is there's a love lost. There's a battle between I can show you a few of my roughs, but I mean, my art's not very good.
Don't go start over.
I'll
show you a few of my roughs and then say something other than what you just said.
I call them roughly roughs.
Yeah, they're roughs, but let's not assume that your artwork sucks.
So this is our protagonist meditating in the beginning.
Yeah,
and he goes into meditation, and
like a dream state. Yeah.
Yes, he's
trippy.
Yeah, so he kind of goes into kind of like astral traveling,
right?
And he goes and he's at the door of enlightenment, and he's about to touch it when he gets a disruption from the mundane world. So he has to return, and now he's being attacked by ninja, and I don't know if you can catch it with my lighting, but because they're in pencils. Yeah. And so it's a quick fighting scene, and it ends up, of course, he's a badass with the swords, and this was the kind of recreation of my cover. I had to try to fit that chest in, so make sure his chest is not sunken in.
To your artwork, do you feel more comfortable drawing at a certain size, bigger or smaller? I guess, let me put it this way. The entire time that I ever did artwork when I was growing up, I was usually working on a piece of copy paper. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So I wasn't drawing anything bigger than, 8.5 by 11. Okay. And I would find, like later on, if I was going to draw something bigger, that because it was larger than a size that I was used to, my proportions would be thrown off. And then it might not be a bad idea for you if your stuff looks better when you're drawing it smaller. Try starting there at least with your basics, with your basic shapes, and then blow them up and then transfer them to the board.
I think my proportions are they're just off. I need to do more studying of the anatomy.
Bridgman, they have the Bridgman's book. I mean, I recommend.
I got Jason Brubaker's book.
Okay.
And to be honest, I haven't given it enough attention that I need to, but it's on the male figure, And I started it, and then, well, what happened was in October the 1st, I lost my brother.
Oh, sorry.
And January the 1st, really December 31st, I lost my mom.
Oh, shoot.
And yeah, I just got hit real bad, and it threw me off real bad.
Was
I'm
that
I'm so sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Was that unexpected or something that?
My brother's, he had been fighting a liver disease.
Okay.
But he's only 4 years older than me, so he died young.
Yeah, right.
And my mom, she
sorry, you don't have.
I can't get into that.
All right.
But she was unexpected.
Okay.
And,
all right.
And so
I mean, and I wasn't trying to. I wasn't trying to.
No, I understand.
I had that happen to me before. Like, I mean, when I was young, I lost my dad like really quick, right in front of me, and I mean, we all experience something like that at some point. Some of it's later, some of it's earlier, and that's terrible. My condolences. That's got to be tough.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm getting through, you know, especially with God. God is really helping me out, because otherwise I'd be in the streets acting stupid, doing dumb stuff. But but God's kept me.
That's and that's not an uncommon reaction, but you know, you have the benefit of having this wisdom.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
Yeah.
That, I mean, that is really. Without it, I'd be somewhere else. But I'm glad it's holding me together. And,
who among us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so there's more guys on the that are part of his crew, of course, his council.
Right.
And they go in, so it goes into the time where this is ending, that fight scene.
Okay.
And I'll just fast forward through some. So they got to go and look for.
Yeah, if you show us,
I take it
skipping around, YouTube will give me a copyright strike.
I take it the comic book is still in the very early creative stages.
As far as the drawing, yeah, but the writing is pretty much done. This is my antagonist, so he uses the. Gosh, I'm forgetting the name of it.
Not giving you the whole screen. That's like stupid of me.
Is it Umi? Umi. I want to make sure I'm getting the right name for him. But he is. He wears a mask, and there's a reason why he wears a mask.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, I totally see it now.
And this is when he comes into the picture. So. You'll get to see him on the 15th page, and I think that's why I stopped on the comic boards. But I was like, man, I gotta redo this on the on Clip Studio Paint.
So the story doesn't necessarily start with the main character. Then.
Yes, it does. What it doesn't start off with is the secondary. Protagonist is the one that brings the sword, but the way that he brings the sword, like I've given y'all a lot right now as far as part of the story that you're not really supposed to know. Is that's actually hidden, and it comes out in a surprising way. So I want to make sure I keep that element there where you don't see it coming, and then when it comes out, just a hint, there's some stuff that people can start reading and say, oh, okay, there it is. You know, you can catch some of it. But the second protagonist or secondary character, which it's been done, like Yoda, you could say, he's older man, he's of the older generation. And he was ostracized for going against Bushido. And so he lives outside of the village. In between, and kind of in a no man's land between the next province and the province that our story takes place in, which is the antagonist. He's in the next province. So in feudal Japan era, they're always fighting for land, territory, wars, basically.
So he would be kind of
always an uncle in a kung fu school, and they're always feuding with each other. There aren't they? Isn't there always like my uncle's kung fu school and your uncle's kung fu school and?
That's
it didn't work.
Chinese, but
right.
in the Japan, the daimyos were the ones in feudal Japan era. The daimyos were the ones who were like you could say like a mini shogun of their province, and they're all fighting with each other. Like, I'm going to take over yours. So what the daimyo did was they hired samurai for an army. Right. And that army, you got to have your rank and file, of course. And so you'll have your governors or your generals, and that's what our protagonist is the second in line to the daimyo. So, and he has backstory for that, why he is, and so that all comes into play in exposition in the middle of the story. You get to learn more of that. But,
so is he like the like what Greek storytelling is, right? There's the mentor. He comes in and teaches the main character something, and either dies or goes away.
Yes.
Is that what he's? So he's kind of like the mentor character.
Yes. Yes, that's exactly what he is. So he brings in the sword and that wisdom. He imparts it to him, but the way he has to impart it is. Because he's rejected. He's my main character, which his name is Hitori, and Hitori he rejects it. I live by Bushido. You were ostracized. Well, I'm letting you in, and I don't want to give too much about the character, but I'm still going to tell the story. But he lets him in, and says, I'm allowing you in because he's searching for answers, and there's a reason.
I love this story.
Particular reason why he lets him in, because there's a connection between them that's from the past, and but he's hated by everybody else. So the right hand man, which is Hantoshida, he despises the secondary character, which his name is Shinodo, and he despises Shinodo, and he's always just throwing rocks at him and talking mess to him, and he's ready to strike him. He's like, just give me the word, and because he's disrespecting us. Anything that Shinodo does, which is the old mentor, it goes against their code because he's left it. He's on this new path, and they're telling him, don't bring those new teachings over here, because what's going to happen, or just say the word. Hitori, and I'll silence him right now. But eventually he sees the sacrifice and he shames all of them, Shinodo, the mentor. And then that's the turning point for our protagonist, where he says, this is the way. And in that cover, he actually has the sword of the mantis, because that's a final fight. There's a dragon involved in this too. There's also some fantasy, and I think y'all like the dragon and how the dragon operates.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to give it all up.
China, the dragon is the creature that is wisdom.
Yes, the all wise. But this is Japan.
Japan, right? So it's a different.
And the dragon is actually a good character. Mm-hmm. So I'm using my own, fiction that's going against theirs.
Right.
Is my dragon he's evil.
Okay.
He's all wise. He's all knowing.
Right.
And that comes from Megadeth, Five Magics. The all wise and all knowing. I don't know if you know those lyrics to Five Magic.
Is that that's a Megadeth song, right?
The one is that Pete Sells Who's Buying, or is that Rust in Peace? I think that's a Rust in Peace one.
Rust in Peace song.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to listen to that.
Yeah. Oh, Five Magics. Oh, that Rust in Peace album influenced my some of my Sword of the Mantis and my Christian Zombie book.
Right.
Which I want to get in touch with Dave Mustaine and see if I can use some of his music, which that's impossible.
I'm sure.
Well, I don't know. He's Christian.
Yeah, he is. He's a believer.
I bet you he's on Twitter.
It's one of the reasons why, and it's not on purpose, but I feel fortunate that, whenever I go looking, I don't go looking for music, but I've managed to trip over some stuff that's like really good, but never found its way into the mainstream. And one of the artists' name is Dan Kirkhus, and he's actually up in the Catskills. He's a cook. He's a chef.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked him once before if I could use a piece of his music for an advertisement that I had for. I make this template that's like it's for pinstripers. They wipe a chalk bag across it, and there's this grid so that they can like make sure that there's symmetry of their designs, and it's just Outerlines template. And I just wanted to use it as background music. And he was like, yeah, sure, go ahead. And then I would ask him for like some other stuff, and I never got an answer back. And I really like his stuff. It's like a cross between Ministry and Pink Floyd.
All right.
If I want to I cannot, because not a lot of people have heard this stuff, and it's so good. I'm like, I know I'm going to be able to use this for like whenever my video for my comic book comes out, like the trailer music. There's one tune out that's called Modus Operandi. And what I'm writing, I'm writing a kind of like a crime drama. The whole point is that it's like, what would Batman be if he wasn't rich, but he knew how to make all of his own stuff? Well, nobody would be able to do that. You'd have to have help. But who would you have help from? When you have a help from a whole bunch of other gearheads or somebody like so now it's this leverage thing where you've got the guy who's good with computers, and then you've got somebody else who's good with this thing over here, and it's a team effort, so it's like, Batman doesn't have a lot of money and one butler. He's got blue collar money and a bunch of friends, but only one person's going to be able to go out there and actually get physical with the bad guys. And that's basically how that whole thing works out. But when it comes to the music, like you were saying, there's the music that inspires us to help us write these stories and to give us the attitude about the stories that we're writing. Man, you are swinging for the fences.
Yeah.
Some Megadeth music, trailer. Like, I'm telling you, I swear I'm going to use it. It's going to not be disrespectful. It's like, I'm not going to put your band logo on my girlfriend's ass and then take a picture of it. It's, I'm going to be treating it with respect. What do you think? And how much is it going to cost? Because now you're going through a record company.
Yeah,
It's not like an indie artist where you can just like, can I use this? And they're like, sure. It's like, can I use this? And they're like, I have to call a lawyer.
Yeah.
Because I can't tell you okay.
All the copyright laws. Yeah.
Right. How much does it cost to just get a license for like 10 seconds of this?
License, yep.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, so it would have to be like a miracle. It would have to be God. It would have to work into it. And then Dave's like, I'll do it, but I'm not counting on that at all.
Right.
I'm not counting.
I shared the link to his Twitter, so if you ever feel ballsy, you could probably just send him a message and say, hey, what's up, Dave? What's up?
Well, I did. He just went through
account.
He just went through throat cancer.
Did he?
Really? Yeah, and he beat it. And
was that before or after Dystopia?
Oh, this was just last year.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah, this was just last year. And so he beat it, and I had was it on Twitter? I think it was on Twitter or Instagram. And I had was it Twitter? I don't know which one it was. I think it was Instagram. And I left a comment and told him I was praying for him. And I said, man, I wrote a Christian zombie comic book, man. It's inspired by your Rust in Peace album. But of course, I never got a response to it.
You'd have to assume that he's running his own Twitter account.
Yeah.
I think there was wasn't it a Dave Chappelle bit? I think he was telling a story about, his Twitter account, that somebody else was running a Dave Chappelle Twitter account. And it was in the fake Dave Chappelle Twitter account was in a fight with who's that short dude with all the braids and the teeth, and he's actually kind of conservative. That rapper, God, I can't think of his name. Tats all over his face.
Oh, Lil Wayne.
Lil Wayne, yeah, Lil Wayne. And he runs into Lil Wayne at a club and he's like, hey, man, I just want you to know that, that's not my Twitter account. That's just like some fake Twitter account that's kind of like going after you and having this fight with you. He's like, I don't have a Twitter account. He's like, the fake Dave Chappelle account is in a fight with the fake Lil Wayne account. Somebody else is just doing it and saying that it's them. Like, I don't think Dave Mustaine is running Dave Mustaine's Twitter account.
Yeah. So,
the only person who was running their actual Twitter account was Donald Trump.
Yeah.
The one person who should have had somebody running it, nobody was running it. It was him.
But with him, I think it was good because you actually hear the real truth. You hear the real stuff, what he's saying. It's not like it's filtered and the politicians come in, well, you can't say that. Well, you can't say this. You got to look presidential. I think for once, even though I believe in a president being presidential is, hey, man, these damn politicians, they're all frauds, man. It's a fraud system already. The parties, not the Constitution, but the parties, they're fraud, and we're being played like never before, man. And it's sad that we're still. I'm not voting anymore, and I used to be against people.
You can't expect it to mean anything because it literally not mean anything. They took our voice. They took the First Amendment, our voice. They crumpled it up and they threw it in the trash. I don't know how many times they can do that before somebody gets the bright idea to start using the second one. And when they do, when they do, they're going to be called crazy. Well, they're basically treating the First Amendment the way that cancer tried to treat Dave Mustaine's vocal cords. Taking his voice away, taking our voice away. We said this. And then you told us no. Whoa. It's not up to you. It's up to the people. And that's it was blatant cheating. Like, well, what is this? This is an hour, almost hour 4. I'm going to come up with blatant cheating. They're going to take the previous 3 hours of stream down.
Yeah, you got to watch it because these people are sensitive. And even though and it's your show, but like me, I don't care anymore. I'm like, F them. I mean, this is just out of control. But I also wrote an American Civil War book. Well, the outline. I wrote the outline when I was in prison. And it's a first-person narrative of a Hispanic's perspective on what ends up happening was, and this was during the Obama years. So I was starting to learn.
I don't mean to interrupt, but you would well, first of all, just to get back to the one thing we were talking about, there's a link here in the chat. You guys might want to check this out. This is some of the most, it's in depth, but it's this guy, Nabil Qureshi. He passed away from stomach cancer very young too, but he was just as good a speaker as he was one of those, he's not a pastor, but he is a religious scholar. He was a very well-educated Pakistani Muslim converted to Christianity, and there's like this whole playlist. There's 7 parts of it where he speaks to guys and people in an audience in Biola University about the origins and the mechanics of the Muslim faith, and it goes through all of the Sunni, Shia, where those originated, where they came from. And it's basically, I don't want to say it's a takedown, but it is one of the most in-depth educations you can get on that religion without being in that religion.
Mm-hmm.
So that you might find that interesting.
Yeah.
I just wanted to get that out of the way, and now I can't remember the other thing we were talking about just now. What you would really like is some of the post-apocalyptic fiction. I have like a bunch of different audio books. I don't have time to read. I have to listen to it. If I don't listen to it, I'll never be able to absorb any of it. I'll fall asleep, and 2, it takes too long. And I can work and listen at the same time. But there's some, zombie apocalyptic fiction that's really good. But there's also there's one you see being sold as a book at a lot of different gun shows called Patriots, which is the economy collapses and it is a combination of a fictitious account of what might happen if the economy fell and the country fell apart, but it also is a but they educate you on a bunch of different things, on like, you might want to practice how to suture somebody on a piece of chicken because someday you may need to know how to do this, or how to use walkie-talkies and radios, armoring up your windows. Like, this guy goes through and he thinks about what would I do and what would I need to learn in order to do this stuff, and then goes through all of it, food storage and all that stuff. It's really, really, it's not a bad story, and it's a pretty good education. But there's a lot of good society collapses fiction out there. It's like a whole subgenre of adventure stories they're really. If you don't have an Audible account, I honestly think that's one of the things that Amazon actually did right. Because
all right, yeah,
because I mean, iTunes there's a lot of audiobooks out there, but it's expensive to get them one at a time if you're going to listen to more than one a month, But anyways, I just thought I'd put that out there. But like you're like, this, I don't know if you would use this idea, but it's something that if I ever get time to write and draw another story, was something that I was thinking of a long time ago that had to do with cloning. And all it is a little bit of detail where you might be able to use it as this is what would happen, like maybe not a zombie horde, but just think of this idea. You know how I think a lot of the meat that we eat is from animals that have been cloned. Like you clone a cow instead of birthing a cow, and we have to worry about the defects. You just, the
same
worry about that. Now, do you believe that animals have souls, or just people? And I mean something, because you can't save. I don't believe that animals go to heaven or hell. I believe that there may be animals in heaven, but I might not see my dog. I might see your dog.
No, I mean that really isn't really a. I think because they're
heaven.
I was saying, since they're God's creations, aren't they kind of in heaven regardless?
Okay, so that's a valid point. But if I don't know that I'll see, I don't know that I'll see my dog, but I know that I'll see a dog. Like, the affection that I get from my dog isn't going to be the same as the affection that I get from a friend or my wife or my kids or whatever. There's something beyond. There's something that makes us special. Okay, so that it's possible to clone an animal. It's possible to clone something like the same way that you can actually clone a plant very simply, because it's a similar organism. I don't believe that animals are. For all intents and purposes, I don't believe that animals are spiritual beings, where we have the ability to our soul can be saved or it can be condemned. I just don't believe that that's an aspect of all other creatures on the planet. So let's say, just take for instance that we'll take that as fact for now, just for the sake of explaining this, that you may be able to clone a human in the same way that Philip K. Dick talks about replicants, where you can make a person more human than human. But if you have to have a soul in order to be human, wouldn't you only ever be creating a machine that works? In other words, it would be in some sort of a coma. Yes, you could clone it. Yes, you could grow it, but it would never get up off the table and introduce itself to you, because there's no one really there. Right?
Well, have you ever seen that? Was it the 1994 Frankenstein movie?
Right.
Where he had all this intelligence, he just didn't have a soul. He just didn't.
Okay.
He was literally a human monster.
Right, but you can teach a gorilla to sign language. You can teach your dog to sit up and lay down and roll over and all of that stuff. But the only reason I'm saying all that is just to introduce to this one idea. Somebody creates a clone, the first human clone, It's on the table. It doesn't do anything. The only way that you can get it to wake up is to give it the way that that Philip K. Dick talks about giving a replicant a memory so that it doesn't go crazy in 4 years. That you give a clone, an empty vessel, a soul. Well, how do you do that? It's not like we've got them on supply. Okay, what if it was either by religious rite that an evil spirit inhabits that body, or just somewhere in the depths of hell there's a doorway that opens up that nobody knows where it came from. You know what I mean? And what that is the way into that human clone. So they either do it themselves or it's done with some sort of a like satanic rite. So it's like some big conspiracy where, yes, we can make human clones and we can make them get up and move around because now we've given it a soul. It's an evil soul, but it's still a soul. And the industry carries on. The industry does its thing. It makes more clones. It inhabits these souls. Everything seems to be going fine until one day we find out that they're all actually possessed by demons.
Yeah, that sounds interesting for a sci-fi.
That's what I thought. I'm like, I don't even know how to call it. Like, that's just the one basic idea. But now you got to have characters that are written all around it. Who are the doctors? Who are the good guys? Who are the bad guys?
Oh yeah. Oh, you got to work. You got to make a book.
Yeah. Do you do it as it's a planetary thing, or is it like an iRobot where all the robots turn evil, or like an Order 66, or is it just, or maybe it's like a symbolic thing where we managed to make 666 of these things, and then they all pop off. But that's like your Christian zombie book that you were talking about made me think of that. Not because it like would they be zombies? Would they look like that? Would they immediately start decaying at a rapid rate and want to eat brains, or would they act on instinct? Would they be like Pazuzu evil, or would they, what I mean by that?
The premise of my zombies is wormwood, which if you read Revelations or Revelation, I think you do, ID Crisis.
Yes.
Wormwood, it hits the earth. And
right.
When it does, it's the meaning of wormwood is bitter, and it turns all the waters bitter.
Right. And
everything that drinks of the waters dies in the Bible. Well, mine is of course fiction. It's not going to be accurate with the Bible.
Where you're going with this? That's awesome.
But
that's samurai.
So
it dies. But does it lay down and die?
Are you talking about your Christian zombie comic?
Yes. So what happens is the comic comes and it's going to be in Texas. Story is going to be a Hispanic. The protagonist is going to be Hispanic. He's going to live in West Texas, and eventually he's going to have to travel across the country. He ends up going to Washington, D.C. because the government ends up taking over everything. But when wormwood hits, it poisons most of the drinking water. So the fight in this story is to find untainted or uncontaminated water. So that's a big struggle for them to always be looking for it. Whenever you drink the water, you die, and then you come up as a zombie.
Right.
Now, there's more elements to the story that I don't want to share, but that's basically the premise of how the people turn into zombies. And so you would have to test water before you can drink it. Mm-hmm. One way they test water, because anything that drinks it dies. So, they carry a cage of mice.
Yeah.
And whenever they're going to check some water, they have to have the mice drink it and see what happens to it. And that's to know if the water is uncontaminated. But throughout this story, you'll see the perspective of I got one of my characters is into Santeria or Brujeria, atheists, socialists, the SJWs, they're in it too.
Of course.
Gangs.
Their fault this happened anyways.
they get real bad. They get handled through the.
I like it already. When does the campaign start?
But I want to do my samurai first. But I've written out backstories. I'm getting some back in my headphones. But unless did my headphones go out? Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay. And so they're on the hunt for the water. They need the water. There's a senator as one of the survivors. There's an electrician, young girl who's a rebel. There's a nurse from the military. It's a female. There's a soldier. He's he gets kicked out because he's like, what are we doing? Because the military, the government is going to say we need to kill everybody because we can't trust them. We're preserving ourselves. So everybody in the White House, the House, the Senate, they all go into shelter mode, and they say, if you want to go to your house, we'll give you a little pack on your own. Other than that, we're locking down the whole country, and we're preserving us because we think we can rebuild or solve the problem.
Yeah, they're the elites. They know better than everybody.
Everybody else ain't smart enough. Y'all are not like us on our level. So they become the enemy.
Right.
And you're scared of the military. But at the same time, it's just like any story. You have those enemies. Watch out. But there's also something else that I'm not going to share. We'll have to wait until I like that campaign of the other. Something a little bit different and something to set myself apart from others on these stories. So try to make it something different. Something new.
I don't know. Are you hearing an echo? I hear you drop out once in a while, but I don't hear an echo.
Let me change my headphone. Maybe it's running out.
Oh, running out of juice?
Yeah.
Oh man. Twitter is so big. A friend of mine.
All right. Can you hear me? Oh, I'm still hearing.
I can. Well, how about this? If it's, how do you guys hear? You hear me okay? Because I'm on a microphone going through a.
Yeah, you're good. I'm hearing an echo.
You're hearing an echo. Do you have another window open with the stream going?
No, that's what I did.
No extra tabs?
Let me turn off that.
Sometimes it's going to be the computer processing it. If your audio
now this only have one open. But I can still.
I hear you good now. I'm not hearing you drop out yet. You'd have to give me a longer sentence than I can hear you.
Okay. I'm fine. I can hear myself, but I can go on. As long as y'all not hearing.
How about this?
Oh, you're hearing that?
I'm not hearing the echo. I hear you. I hear you get silenced really quick, and then you come back in, and it's like somebody keeps opening and closing a door on your face. Do you still have the link to get in here?
No.
I'll scroll back. Hold on a second. Oh, here. Turn the browser. We'll do this. If you still want to keep going,
I have to kind of go myself.
All right.
Because I got work tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah, I gotta get up for work too. I gotta be
All right.
at 5:30.
No, that's fine. I mean, it's been like 4 hours and 8 minutes. I'm probably making people jealous anyways. But I normally, I mean, I work from 5 to 1:30 in the morning, so this is normal for me. I'll still go upstairs and draw some stuff. But I'm trying to do 9 o'clock on Sundays because it seems to be like a slot that people don't normally do. But if you want to come in, I think, Jay, are you in the same group message? I mean, there's a bunch of them in there. I mean, it starts off with Happy Harry Hard-On from 656, and there's a bunch of other names in there, and Tim's in there too.
Love that name.
Yeah, but it's that Christian Slater character from Pump Up the Volume. But if you see it in there, I think.
Yeah, I'm in.
Okay. If you see the link, I was late putting it in. I put in the YouTube link, but I didn't put in the Streamlab link until like 30 minutes later. But if you see it in there, then like jump in. It's not like people aren't like clamoring to get in or anything like that. But there's a lot of interesting concepts, like deep ones that you can literally go on for like 4 hours talking about them. There's I don't know. I don't get out enough.
Either.
Yeah. So, but yeah, man, I want to hear more about your guys. Like, I got some history from Tim the first time he was on about his life on the street and
homeless 5 years.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, I like to hear about that.
Right. Yeah. Like, we all have these cool stories, and it's all part of getting to know each other. And I'm very interested because, how else do we learn? But I like the cut of your jib, so bring it back aboard in a week.
Right.
Yeah, if you don't see me or whatever, and just assume that something got in the way and I couldn't do it, but I'm going to try to do this like 9 o'clock on Sundays. So
yeah. Reach out to Piper. I always like to take Christian creators and try to direct for other Christian creators.
Is it Rick?
Rick.
Okay, I'll look for him on Twitter.
He's under the name Cross Comics.
Okay.
Cross Comics.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is his icon like a yellow sun with a cross going through it?
Yep.
Cross_comics.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
And I'm hoping to take 20 out of the Christian stories.
Take the corny out of Christian.
Stories.
You're going to be the Striper of comic books.
I remember.
Yeah,
I had that day.
That was the only rock and roll concert I was allowed to go to until I moved out of my house.
There was in the 90s. There was a lot of Christian hardcore.
Are either of you familiar with Razor Fist?
Nope.
No. All right. I'll put real quick, and it's a YouTube thing. He's. I know it's not gonna. Yeah, it's not gonna bother Jay. I mean, this guy is a poet with his profanity. But he does a lot of cool stuff with video games, TV shows, politics, and stuff. But he does this. There's this one set of videos called the Music Mythos, and he does this thing on Striper.
I've seen it.
Yeah. Okay, that guy. Yeah, he goes through. He'll go through like every album. The one
he went through all the Striper albums.
Right. Every want to go out and start spending money again.
How many Striper albums are there?
The Rageaholic.
Shoot, there's a whole bunch. I didn't even know there was that many Striper albums.
Isn't the guy who kind of talks like a douchebag?
I think so. Yeah. And
who?
Razor Fist. The guy who talks about like hair metal and stuff.
Yeah. He basically looks like some heavy metal kid that you went to high school with. The one that got in all the trouble, but he's actually really smart.
But he breaks it down real good.
Oh yeah, I know.
I actually enjoyed it because I knew that wasn't that guy, I was like, okay, I'm gonna listen to this guy, and I was like, well, I don't know if this is not coming from a Christian perspective, so it's coming from a secular. So I was like, all right, well, I want to check it out, see what his thoughts were on it. And he actually he wasn't biased. He wasn't, he said this sounded good and that sounded bad. So it was actually, I think he's a pretty good judge.
That's what I like.
I'd have to disagree. He kind of is biased with his music. He doesn't like punk. He didn't have very good things to say about the Misfits, but he did like Danzig. It's.
Well, I don't know. You're talking about a taste factor. I think I mean, as far as like his views on politics, I think he's pretty fair.
Yeah.
But there are things within the genres that he speaks about on music and that he's also fair. Like if somebody's puts out a bad record, he doesn't automatically come off with a fanboy attitude. Like, no, they're really good. This is great stuff. And it would be a reflection on my taste if I said that this was a bad album. He doesn't do that. He's like, no, this is a really good band, but this album sucked. He's fair.
Yeah, and that's what I meant was like, he's not gonna side with them just because.
Yeah, he's not gonna do a review on Beethoven if it's not the stuff he's into. But I don't want to keep you guys up. If you gotta go, you gotta go, and I'm gonna either pick up a.
Yeah, my wife's been screaming at me. Y'all can't hear, but.
Oh, all right. Well, apologize. Apologize for me for keeping you around so long.
Oh man, I had fun. I had a great time talking. Got to hear y'all's views and share mine and share my stories. And I will be looking into your comic, Tim. I'll be checking that out.
Oh, you should totally back it because you want to.
And were y'all talking about the Barden brothers forcing the Corey did that to me. He's like, you want it. Yeah. You better get it. If you don't, you're not he was just talking a lot of mess.
Yeah. Guilt is a powerful weapon.
Yeah, that guilty sales pitch.
Yeah.
Content sales pitch.
Yeah, the hard sell. All right, guys. I'm gonna put a bow on it here and let you go. No one's leaving unless I just end the broadcast. So have a good night, Tim. Have a good night, Jay.
Right,
I'm smacking the microphone. I'm gonna go see to the needs of the body, which is a fancy way of saying I got to go to the bathroom anyways. So, I'll talk to you guys next week, maybe. Hopefully it works out. Okay.
All right, man.
All right. Be good, you guys. Talk to you later.
Peace.
Later.
See you later.